Good evening, America, and all the other lesser nations. It's your boy Donnie, former president of the United States, and really the best president, quite frankly. I'm here tonight to tell you not to be like China and instead donate to the OCA podcast. But don't just take it from me, the greatest and most loved president of all time. Listen to these other satisfied customers.
I think of the host of the OCA podcast as my 5.5 additional children, and like a good American father, I support them by donating to their OnlyFans.
If only I had started donating earlier, Uncle Ben might still be alive.
I've never met my real dad, but that's okay, because after donating all my savings, the host agreed to be my new dads.
I punched the change out of his coin purse who'll donate to the podcast.
No, not my coins!
Yes, your coins.
It's time to donate to the Patreon!
All right! The OCA podcast needs my money more than my sister Serenity.
Donate today.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the OCA podcast. I'm your host, the Anime Collector. Joining me, not inside of his own pod, is Reese2753.
Oh, yes. Hi.
And Greenline.
Oink, oink. Greenline here.
And I am told that there are other hosts who may or may not join us at some time. But, show must go on. Let's say this one. All right, let's jump right in. So, if you'd like to support the OCA podcast, and you would like to support me continually opening every tab before each podcast, you can head over to the Patreon at patreon.com/OCA podcast. Although maybe OCApodcast.com/Patreon should also link you here.
That should be good.
If that was a thing I invented. Because that rolls off the tongue a little easier. Anyway, so you guys can donate monthly this way, or you can give me money. You can join the VHS patron tier for only $5 per video for the Anime Collector channel. And there's also OCApodcast.com/support, where you can donate directly in a way that will have the least amount of fees removed. And you can support us via our affiliate links to Right Stuff/Crunchyroll, although this one is still the Right Stuff link. Good job, me. And Humble Bundle. Currently, we are operating at a deficit this month by a slight margin. So hopefully we can offset that this month. And eventually, hopefully we can tackle this beast. Anyway, buy yourself a Tenga. Oh, double pleasure points this June. It is gay month, so I don't see why you wouldn't.
Double your pleasure, double your fun, yeah. Double on the dildo.
Rub one out in honor of your gay friends. All right. Let's talk about some things. Where's Randy? Now I'm realizing why we should have waited. Give him an ultimatum, boys. So let's do pickups first. Let's just jump that way. All right. Jumping right in. So I've got a pickup. You guys want to see it? Here's my pickup. It is a spool for which I've put my 250-foot Ethernet cable on, and it has made this whole podcasting from the pod thing effortless. I'm loving it. Best purchase ever. Although I will tell you. So what I do is I wrap the end of it around here to give me a couple of loops, and then you just hook it there. That goes last. When you want to do something like this, that should be the last thing you do. Because if you're like me and you stick that part into the Ethernet and then think you're just going to unspool the rest of it, that thing that's connected to your Ethernet or your
just gonna twist around.
It's just gonna twist around and become a huge mess. So maybe just save that for the end, as I have learned. Anyway, Greenline, you got some pickups to show that you're gonna do with a camera, or should we go straight to the Discord?
No, we can go straight to. We can go straight
to the Discord. All right, let me get, for no reason whatsoever, let me just go ahead and get this other brand ready. Okay, cool. Yeah. So. Bobby Hill picked up Yu Yu Hakusho Season 4, Classics Edition. And just saying, One-to-One Bootleggers did eventually get to this, and they made the slipcover for it, but this is the DBZ Battle of Gods uncut version, DVD version. Good choice.
And there was a picture of the case for Battle of Gods being broken, but somebody deleted it.
Damn.
Which is why the discourse is following.
Oh. All right. Lance is very determined to convince us he was not masturbating when we were watching Silent Hill.
If you wish to face the demon to find your daughter, I won't stop you.
Isabel, they can't go down.
Silence, Adam.
You okay, Lance?
Sorry, I'm working out.
Oh, okay.
My bad. I'm being too loud?
No, it just sounded very sexual.
Oh, God. Okay, my bad. Let me send you a picture of the weights. I swear I'm not jacking off the Silent Hill.
There you go. Picture of the weights.
And if that lets you appetite, join the Discord so you maybe can get in on us watching movies every now and then.
Yeah, so Lance picked up. And I love how he's like, not only was I not jerking off, it was 60 pounds. You know,
Jeez. I'm almost sad that I missed out on that watch party. Damn.
Yeah, you should have been there.
You're a weenie.
Weenie.
Hey, I thought about it, but I did have other stuff to do actually. So.
All right. Well, I do have a recording of the entire session if you'd like to hear more of Lance groaning. I love how right after that too the subtitle said bracket man groans. Like all right. Welcome, Randy. We decided to do pickups out of order, so your timestamp
because of you.
Yeah.
You could have added me at any point.
I did.
No, you didn't.
Look at the much chat, you moron.
So Lance also picked up That Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime, Volume 24. And Greenline, in a very rushed effort to make this safe for YouTube, has made a Twitch-compliant version of this nudie figure.
Yeah, I got a new binding money from a native. Reese can tell you about the series. It's a great series.
I actually don't know.
And I'll leave the uncensored version here in the in Discord later.
Nice.
Velvet Room.
More reasons to join the Discord.
Two more reasons to join the Discord.
All right, so let's move on from here. Let's talk about the Photoshop Terms of Service that grant Adobe access to user projects for content moderation. It seems to me like companies are speedrunning how to become the most hated company of the year this year, doesn't it? Does it seem kind of like that? You know, a company I would never hate is G Fuel. Delicious. Okay. So Photoshop's newest terms of service has users agreed to allow Adobe access to their active projects for the purposes of content moderation and other various reasons. So is like the US government just like breathing down their neck like, listen, Adobe, we know pedophiles are using your video editing software in order to edit child porn. So therefore, we need you to do something about it. Like,
I mean, more likely it's like MasterCard or whatever, right? It's like BlackRock and shit.
So I feel behind.
We can't have you making spicy memes about Biden actually hitting himself on stage.
I feel like what the purpose of them rolling out this update to the terms of services, in order for, so I think in the age of use like widely available generative AI to the average consumer. We are currently in an age where there's the legal way to do it, and then there's the fun way to do it. The fun way to do it is to scrape the internet of basically every image that there is. And the legal way to do it is to provide all of your corporate approved images to, your AI models, right? So Adobe has a stock photo service called Adobe Firefly, I think it is.
Yeah.
And
no. Well, Firefly is the AI.
Firefly's the AI, and it's trained off of the images from their version of like Shutterstock. It's like Adobe stock or something like that, right? Yeah. So they're training their AI models off of stuff that they've paid for to generate for their AI, like for their stock images, right? And so I think what Adobe is trying to do is, in order to refine that production of, like what generative AI is sampling off of, if you allow Adobe to peer into every image that people are uploading, or that are putting into their comps, right? Adobe is now able to utilize those to further train the AI, right? So like if you're producing like a concert poster, for example, and the AI is able to figure out that that's what you're doing, then it's going to be able to use real user submitted design choices in its like generative AI, right? I think that is the reason that they were doing this, is that they're trying to create a new data set to train their AI on, so it gets even better using the people that are using the AI to make things with it, right? Meaning their user base, right? I think that is at the heart of why they're trying to do this. But instead of just saying, hey, whatever you're using, we're going to like integrate it to make our programs even better for you, they just said, yeah, we just own everything that you do with it, right? Like that's kind of where they decided to go with it. We just own everything. So they're saying that Photoshop's new service has users agreed to allow Adobe access to their active projects for the purpose of content moderation and other various reasons. This has caused concern among professionals, as it means Adobe would have access to projects under NDA, such as logos for unannounced games or other media projects. Sam Santala, the founder of Songhorn Studios, noted the language of the terms on Twitter, calling out the company's overreach. So he said, so am I reading this right? I can't use Photoshop unless I'm okay with having with you having full access to anything I create with it, including non-disclosure agreement work. Tech companies are increasingly eager to supervise and spy on their users. Recently, Microsoft announced an AI-powered product called Recall. Recall scans the screens of users, allowing them to search their past activity in common terms. So actually, we can look at this for a brief moment. It's pretty fucking awful. Microsoft announces an AI app that remembers everything you see and do. We'll come back to this. We'll cover this too. The user agreement also leaves open the possibility to train AI using user-generated content, saying that they can use the content they retrieve to improve our service and software, right? I think that's perfectly reasonable if the language only just said that. Instead, it says some other things. So Sasha Yanshin says, I just canceled my Adobe license after many years as a customer. The new terms give Adobe, quote, worldwide, royalty-free license to reproduce, display, distribute, or do whatever they want with any content I produce using their software. This is beyond insane. No creator in their right mind can accept this. You pay a huge monthly subscription, and they want to own your content and your entire business as well. Going to have to learn some new tools. So here, you grant us a non-exclusive worldwide royalty-free sub-licensable license to use, reproduce, publicly display, distribute, modify, create derivative works based on, publicly perform, and translate the content. Grum says the Adobe controversy gets even worse. Adobe says they own what you make. It's not just a privacy issue. If you use Adobe software to create works, Adobe claims to have a license to everything you make to use as they see fit. They can even sell it to someone else if they wish as a sublicense. So the updated terms of service clarified that we may access your content through both automated and manual methods, such as for content review. Any thoughts?
Well,
I think most of this is probably overblown, but it is concerning, obviously. The language is most likely just so that they can, and I think they've even come out and said,
it's broad, I believe that they have come out and said, like, hey, we're not going to do that now. We hear you loud and clear. You kicked us right in the wallet, and we feel it for days, right? Like, I'm pretty sure they came out and said that they're going to roll it back.
No, I don't think they said they're rolling it back. They just they clarified, right? They were like, well, no, that's not what we meant. So maybe they did say that they're going to update the terms to make it more clear again. But I think initially this was really only for them to be able to moderate stuff, and then also the thing about the fonts. I don't really get that whole thing.
What was the thing about the fonts?
They gave themselves the right to like look at all of your fonts to make sure that they
aren't bootlegs.
I guess something about copyright and like quality.
I don't like that.
It was kind of worded weird, but most of it is for only if you're uploading stuff to the Creative Cloud. They're not looking at your own computer.
Right.
But the problem is that the wording did leave it open enough that someone could interpret it that way. So like in 5 years, if some new CEO or whatever was like, well, we do have the right. So it is good that people push back. I do think it's a little bit, like I said, overblown, but it's good to make them clarify and lock down their language so that it's most favorable to the user as opposed to most favorable to them.
I don't understand this, Cool 2T. Adobe did catch a couple of you guys. Remember the story. Clarify, please. So, in my opinion, what I suggested their usage for it is what they're probably planning to do with it. However, they have intentionally phrased it in the broadest way possible so that the door is open if they ever wanted to do more than that. And that's where the problem is, right? Yeah. All generative AI. So I was saying before, there's the legal one and there's the fun one. The fun one doesn't say, no, I can't generate flaming vaginas. That's against our terms of service. But the legal one says, I can't make flaming vaginas because it's against my terms of service, right? So if you try to Photoshop flame onto a vagina, and Photoshop's going to be like, no, that's against our terms of service, right? Like, you can't do that. But don't you understand? My band name is called Flaming Vaginas. You know, like. So I don't know. I think that there
channeling
is
the spirit of FD&M tonight.
There is a scary, future of this where they are going to eventually start policing the stuff, because right now they're just policing what gets typed into or what context it sees when you're using the generative fill or generative expand, right? If it sees that you have a pornographic image and you're like, yeah, I want you to, like the image cuts off like on her left nipple, so like expand, right? It's gonna be like, no, I won't fucking do that, right? But now it's like if you just happen to be editing your OnlyFans content, right? Then it's gonna be like, whoa, you can't use us for that. This is a good Christian manga, right? So like I said, I think that the intent that Adobe has is that they want to just be able to increase the training stuff for their generative AI. However, as seen with Google, Wario64 reported 404 Media said a Google employee accessed private videos in Nintendo's YouTube account and leaked information ahead of Nintendo's planned announcements. An internal interview concluded the activity was non-intentional. So basically, work at Google/YouTube. Holy shit, that's... Am I in a video game menu? Like, what the fuck?
Crap.
Dude.
Friend went off. Sorry.
Tell your friends to go away. I'm your friend right now. So if you work at Google or YouTube, you have back-end access to YouTube channels. So the YouTube channels run by businesses that are about to make announcements. Like, legitimately, fucking idiot shouldn't have been leaking this stuff. You should have been insider trading this info. Oh, they're about to announce this. Oh, I think the stock's going to skyrocket. Buy. You know, that's what I would have done. Fucking idiot. But the point is that this is what happens whenever a company has access, you know, on the back end to your data, you better believe people are going to be accessing it, right? So if you're editing your OnlyFans content, trust me, some Adobe people are getting your shit for free, right? Now, in addition, let's take a look at this. So the Microsoft announces AI app that remembers everything you see and do. On the one hand, I fucking love this. On the other hand, Microsoft is doing it, and I hate every single word I'm about to read. So Microsoft has released details about Recall, an AI-powered app that remembers everything you see and do on your computer. It's like clear my browsing history is not going to be the meme anymore. It's like smash Recall with hammers, please. The point of Recall is to allow users to search things they remember seeing or working on without remembering the exact name or file. In an example, I mean, that'll be fucking great when I need to find an old ChatGPT conversation.
Or need to find an image of a baby that you didn't name baby.
Yes, because I didn't name it baby because I'm a fucking idiot who didn't think Green Line was going to say, hey, could you Photoshop a baby on these big old anime titties, please? And I said, best I can do is Mork Pie. It says the point of Recall is to allow users to search things they remember seeing or working on without remembering the exact name or file. In an example from Windows latest, users can search up something like chart with purple text, and Recall can search through everything you've worked on for a chart with purple text. It's an abstract type of search that hasn't really been seen before. I mean, it's a cool idea. It's just that I don't trust Microsoft not to turn around and use what it sees me doing to try to target me with ads or sway me on political bullshit or something.
Well, I mean, even if they
tell me I
don't,
can't download that because it's illegal, because it's copyrighted.
I see you've been visiting the Pirate Bay. The FBI is on their way.
even if they don't, it's like, why would you? I don't know. It seems like such a security hole to be like, yeah, for the last 6 months, if you get access to my computer, there's this thing that has a video, basically, not a video, screenshots of everything I've done for the last 6 months.
It screen records every single thing that you do. And so it's like, imagine all of a sudden, like, this is like originally when Trump was president and there was a reason for it, the plan to ban TikTok was due to the fact that it was effectively spyware for the Chinese Communist Party. And there were members of the American government who used it. And it was active in their phones, accessing their emails and just all sorts of stuff that was a security risk, right? Now, the more recent ban is about Israel's bad PR, but the point is that there was a reason for that. Now, with this, it's like all the other countries could be like fucking when Edward Snowden came out with his revelations about the NSA, the German government went back to using typewriters in order to prevent spying on their government from the US, right? Like, just imagine what this is going to do when all of a sudden Windows is like, this comes preloaded on Windows 10, or whatever. And then
they're shutting down Windows 10 next year. So like
whatever, the Windows 11,
the security update,
free one or whatever. Yeah. So like, then it's going to be like, imagine the rest of the world just says, yeah, we can't use Windows in our country anymore. Banned. You know what I mean? So anyway, luckily or unluckily, if you actually want this, recall is only available for systems with Snapdragon processors, as typical AMD and Intel CPUs can't achieve the required TOPS, trillions of operations per second, to work well with recall. Users are concerned about possible privacy concerns, and while recall might be a powerful tool in a business setting, its potential to record and remember what users have looked at can't be overstated. Microsoft is no stranger to privacy concerns. Back when the Xbox Kinect was announced, many users were wary of its possible privacy concerns. Yeah, true. Anyway, any thoughts on this?
There's been already people that have got a hold of like early builds of this and exploited it, and have been. So basically, if anyone hacks your computer, and gets remote access to your computer, they have
credit cards,
they're able to full access everything. So passwords,
you get access to somebody's email, you get access to everything, because they can change every account you're in and everything. Like,
and so it just takes one time. It takes one time that you turn on like the look at password to make sure you've typed in the right password, and then it screenshots the password. And then it also has meta searched, so you can literally just search like the word password, and it will show you all the pictures, all the screenshots that have your password in it.
Or anytime you logged in and typed it.
So you can turn it off in total, and you can also apparently turn it off per website, but I think that would, I don't know if that would work with like Firefox, or if that's only while you're using Edge, because I don't know how it would know that. Like,
that'd be a way for them to get people to use Edge again. Like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I don't know. It seems like a terrible idea. They've come out and announced that they will be updating it so that it has better security. So it's like only if you have Microsoft Hello or something, whatever, so it knows that you're you and whatever. I don't know. The idea seems stupid. I would never use it personally.
Agreed. Update layout. Okay, cool. There we go. So Kultu T says regarding this, Adobe did catch a couple of you guys remember the story. A couple of blank. You guys remember. I think that's how that meant to be. What the couple did is too spicy to say in chat, but I'll say Adobe was the hero in that specific instance. I'm guessing they caught a pedophile ring.
I think he meant like just Adobe did catch a couple of guys remember the story.
Oh.
I don't know, but anyway.
Nintendo ninjas will attack Google. If you were doing insider trading, you wouldn't let it be known. Yeah, guy's a fucking idiot. He didn't think to do that instead of just leaking all the Nintendo stuff. Unless he thought that would drive the value up more. Anyway, so let's toss this fucker in the old dock. And Akihabara otaku culture is slowly fading away.
No.
Damn. The otaku culture
Maybe
of
this gang
Akihabara.
wars will finally calm down.
Right? The otaku culture of Akihabara, considered by many to be the global epicenter of manga and anime, has been slowly fading away since 2022, with the closure of iconic shops and maid cafes being replaced by pop-up themed cafes. JCast News reported on the changes in Akihabara and the decline of otaku population. Since 2022, there has been an increase in store closings or downsizing, changing the streetscape. Yeah, there's been a lot of stuff I haven't covered just because, like, I've never been to Akihabara. Most of you probably have never been there and wouldn't know the references, but like Sega arcades closing down, big anime stores closing down, the giant crab got taken down. I think we did cover that one. But just like I see a lot of stuff like every month that we choose not to cover just because it's exhausting, to bother with it. But it's been in decline for quite some time here. So anyway, people who remember Akihabara as a symbol of the former electric town and otaku culture are leaving. The Gundam Cafe, Comic Toranoana, Akihabara Sea, Yellow Submarine Akihabara Scale Shop, and Niku no Mansei are just some of the iconic stores that have been disappearing one after another. On the other hand, the number of concept cafes or pop-up themed cafes is increasing and replacing the maid cafes. So effectively, it's like how you used to go to Anime Expo and there were booths selling CDs and DVDs and Blu-rays and all sorts of crazy cool stuff, things you could only get at the convention, custom figures at the Media Blasters booths and stuff. And now you go there and every goddamn stall is selling fucking Funko Pops,
You were going to say
plushies.
Funko Pop. I knew you were going to say Funko Pop.
God. It's nerd shirts, Funko Pops, and plushies. And it's the same ones at every stall, Yeah. 219 Akihabara concept cafes and bars are registered in the Con Cafe Chan Kanto edition. When interviewed, Hirose Ryo, who studies subculture and otaku consumer behavior at the NLI Research Institute, said, "I believe there's a trend of otaku moving away from Akihabara. So where's the new Akihabara going to be?" Right, that's the question. Where are they going to go to? The disappearance of landmarks and the decline of small electronic parts stores have also led to fewer visitors. With the growth of online shopping, people no longer see it as necessary to purchase from specialized stores. That's true. Amazon did this, right? Given that otaku activities can be carried out outside of Akihabara, people no longer see the need to visit Akihabara as its fading culture becomes more apparent by the day. Yeah, it's really sad, Fund the podcast so that we can have a podcast group trip to Japan before it becomes not Japan anymore.
Yeah.
All right. In other news, this 6-year-old Japanese girl is school's one and only first grader as lack of kids shutdown ends. So if you were wondering how Japan's birth rate's doing,
oh fuck yeah. It's bad.
So this is kind of a rural town, I'll give them that, but school is back in session in this Ehime mountain town where the student body has dramatically expanded to a very small size. 6-year-old Nozomi Fujioka is a first grader at Yanagidani Elementary School. She's a bright, articulate, and energetic kid, but even if she wasn't, she'd still make a big impression on all the school's teachers and staff. Why? Because she's the one and only student in her entire class. Nestled in the mountains of Ehime Prefecture, the Yanagidani district of the town of Kumakogencho only has about 540 residents, and not a lot of them are kids. The Japanese school year starts in April, and in 2023, 2022, and 2021, Yanagidani Elementary had 0 new first graders. As a matter of fact, the town had so few elementary school age kids that for 2023, they simply shut the elementary school down for an entire year. But 2024 is different, as Nozomi, whose father is Tsuyoshi, who was born and raised in Yanagidani, became the school's first new first grader in 3 years. And in keeping with Japanese school customs, Yanagi Elementary held an entrance ceremony for her, which can be seen in the video below.
Wow. This is straight out of like Kotaro Lives Alone, except it's, what's her name? She's learning alone by herself.
Yeah. Now, the sad thing about this is that next year, she's going to be in a second grade class all by herself. And then the year after, she'll be in a third grade class all by herself.
Unless somebody moves into town.
Right?
Guys, I have a new idea for anime.
Yeah, it'd be funny. They make a documentary about her like this. You see the classroom, and there's just one seat, and it's the one in the back corner by the window. So they say, new students for 2024, Nozomi Fujioka, an administrator calls out. Nozomi stands and says, present! And the administrator replies, one new student. Like many rural communities in Japan, Yanagidani's number of residents has been steadily shrinking in recent years as Japan's population ages, and what young people there are head to big cities. What? Oh, okay. So, and what young people are there are heading to bigger cities for more ample academic and professional opportunities. But Nozomi likes living in Yanagidani, her father says, and he wants her to have a connection to the town too. Although Nozomi is the school's one and only first grader, she won't be entirely without schoolmates, partially thanks to local promotional efforts to encourage people to move to the area. 2 families have relocated to Yanagidani since last school year, and there will be a total of 4 children taking classes at the elementary school this year. Fucking 4! Are they all... Nozomi will be the youngest, but she isn't worried about getting along with her upperclassmen. Quote, I'm looking forward to school, she says here. I'm looking forward to school, she says at the point in the video, followed by a confident, I'm not worried about anything. I can make friends wherever I go.
Can't make friends. There's nobody to make friends with.
Look at this kid over here. Her schoolmates' attitudes seem equally outgoing, with one of them, a 5th grade boy, telling her, if there's something you don't understand, please ask me. Let's be friends and have fun at school. Nozomi's father is happy that she'll have social interactions with other students while learning. I'm glad the school could be reopened. I thought she might be alone there, so it's a relief that there are other kids who have transferred in. During Nozomi's entrance ceremony, Yanagidani Elementary Principal Masatoshi Fukuda, dressed in a formal coat with tails, said, quote, everyone in town has been looking forward to this. Please enjoy our school life and trying many new things. Following the ceremony, Nozomi was issued her textbooks and greeted by a contingent of representatives from the town who held up a banner congratulating her on the start of her elementary academics. I'm going to move this to the next window so I can switch back and forth between the ones with the chat. Cool. If you need an extra dose of adorableness, here's a point in the video where Nozomi declares, Benkyo o ganbarimasu, which means I'll study my hardest. I'll give it my all in studying. Though overcrowding definitely won't be an issue, the school plans to teach separate lessons for a different year students in the same room. Okay, wait, hold on. So the 5th grader is going to get taught at the same time as the 1st grader? Huh. Boy, she's gonna get like brought up to their level quick. I guess you could too, because if you're the only one learning anything, as soon as she's got it, you just move on to the next topic, right? You don't have to like go with the pace of the rest of the class, right? Let's see. which should help bolster school spirit and camaraderie. PE classes also look like they'll be a group affair, as the video shows Nozomi and her upperclassmen playing soccer together. What makes the whole situation extra heartwarming is that prior to starting elementary school, Nozomi attended a local preschool where she was friends with 3 younger children. Knowing that Yanagadani Elementary is up and running again, and with a happy, if small, student body, it just might be enough to convince those younger kids' families to stay nearby as their kids go through elementary school and help keep a few more people in the community. This is the saddest amount of cope ever, right?
Yeah.
Oh man. All right, any thoughts on this?
Like I said before, it's like instead of Kotaro lives alone, it's Nozomi learns alone by herself. And
Kotuji says it was a married couple. Why did it take criticism from Microsoft to make Recall more secure? Huh. But also because otakus are shamed on by Japanese culture as well. Honestly, I think what it is that because of things like Amazon, the hikikomoris now don't have to go outside at all, right? Like you don't see them walking around Akihabara because they don't want to be there either. They just want to be at home. Lucas Koval
They just want to get their big city figures and not have to be shamed walking through the streets with it.
Yeah, I don't know what this is in reference to, but I'll allow it. The Rape-tastic Adventures of Guts. Slippin' Jimmy can't keep getting away with this. Population decline sucks. Yeah. They've made the anime and manga with 1 student classes into reality. Do they have those? Japan solved the overcrowded classroom problem, right? Oh, man. Okay. Oh, I was like, where did I put it? Here it is. Okay. All right, close that. And all right, in sad news, Eiko Masuyama, the voice of Fujiko, Cutie Honey, dies at 89. So the last of the original voice actors for the Lupin anime have died, except for Jigen, because they had a different voice actor in the pilot. Is that correct, Reese?
I'm pretty sure. I almost want to say I can't think of his freaking name for Jigen's voice actor.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure he voiced Zenigata in the original pilot. But I could be wrong.
Either way, it was going to happen eventually. Right? Sad.
Yeah.
All right. I'll be more broken up about it when Richard Epcar dies.
For Tony Oliver.
Yeah. All right. A Japanese mayor suddenly speaks fluent English with AI video that surprises even him. So I just kind of want to show you guys and keep you up to date on some of the AI advancements that are happening. The city with Japan's largest U.S. naval base gets an English-speaking AI mayor. There's been a lot of talk about AI and its potential dangers for the worldwide community. However, for one mayor in Japan, the new technology is being embraced as a way to become a full-blown member of that global community, as it enables him to speak fluent English without having to even learn a word of it. The new technology is being put to use in press conference videos by Yokosuka City Mayor Katsuaki Uechi that are designed to disseminate information to the local community. With Yokosuka being home to Japan's largest U.S. naval base, the city is keen to increase its English language communications, incorporating AI into its arsenal by using it to create an avatar of the mayor that speaks fluent English. All right, let me go ahead and stop screen sharing for a second. I'll show you with audio. All right.
Mayor of Yokosuka. Yokosuka City Hall is starting a new initiative to reuse unneeded office equipment through Mercari shops, operated by Mercari, Inc. The purpose of this project is to find new uses for unneeded equipment and to enhance the skills of the team of disabled staff.
I just want to point out, voice actors, we don't need you anymore. We don't need you to dub anime anymore. We don't need you. You don't need to dub movies. We'll take it from here. Hey Jen has you covered. We don't need you. Go get a real job. All right, so the results are mind-blowing, with the first video released in April showing just how well it mimics the mayor, matching both his appearance and voice, with the mouth even moving perfectly to match the shape of the English words being spoken. When the video was first unveiled at a press conference at Yokosuka City Hall on the 23rd of April, Mayor Uechi, who says he barely speaks English, told reporters he was impressed by the avatar and the way it made him look like a fluent English speaker. He also expressed his desire for it to do good, with plans for it to share important information regarding disaster prevention measures and to help people during times of disaster, while also presenting it to the world as a message for peace. Don't be afraid, I come in peace. Okay. Yokosuka City says AI learned the appearance, behavior, and voice quality of the mayor in order to create a mayor avatar. It really seems like it's just Heijen. And the English-speaking capabilities are achieved once his speech is translated and input into the AI's generative learning. While the AI mayor will be mostly conducting monthly press conferences, its latest appearance came in May, when the avatar helped to introduce events happening around the city.
I am Katsuaki Kamichi, Mayor of Yokosuka. I would like to share with you some exciting events we have going on in our city.
Why does he sound Native American? The AI mayor will continue to appear on the city's official YouTube channel approximately 10 days after the mayor's monthly Japanese press conferences. We'll be keeping a close eye on the avatar, not just for information about Yokosuka, but to make sure it doesn't head over to the dark side. If it does get angry, though, there's an AI filter to counter that. We covered that last podcast, although that might incite a war between AIs. Oh. Any thoughts?
I didn't think it sounded that great. It still was impressive for sure, but like...
Well, I think it's the fact that... Oh, shit. Hold on. It's on the other... I'm like, why can't I find my window? I can't share. I can't screen share that. Okay, here we go. That one. Nope, not that one. That one. Okay, here we go. All right, back to this. Yeah, so it's more about the point is that hey, I've used HeyGen a little bit, just testing some stuff for work, and it's pretty fucking incredible because you can actually have it remove all dialogue, and then the person is still moving like they're talking and talking with their hands. Their mouth is completely closed, like, and it's like all the audio of them talking gets removed from the video clip. And like you could just do crazy stuff with it. Like it's really amazing. Anyway, I look forward to the future of AI. All right, let's talk about Kickstarter. So the first music album manga, Dre X Fujimura, has 19 hours to go, and most of its funding to go. So get on it, I guess, or don't. I don't really want to have to buy this. I don't even know who the fuck this guy is, but he looks like Robert Pattinson faced. Anyway,
like Robert Pattinson and Michael Shannon blended together.
Robert Pattinson and like Josh Groban, maybe. Anyway, moving on. Also, Blast Them Up has 18 days to go. And I'm afraid. I mean, it's not actually anime, so even if it does get funded, I don't have to own it, right? But it just looks like such shit. Oh, man. Shoot 'em up, watch party win, though. All right, anyway. In convention news, Vic did not get invited to conventions. However, he is going to Little Lions Collectibles on June 22nd and 23rd. It's in Los Angeles. So if you guys are interested in seeing Vic and you live in Southern California, there's an opportunity, not next weekend, but the weekend after on Saturday and Sunday. In other news, Damon Mills is a guest of honor at Anime Expo this year, which I couldn't help but notice. Oh, you son of a bitch. Did you think I didn't archive? Oh, there it is. Okay. Damon's accuser recently tweeted, quote, "I don't think I've ever told a therapist about being molested." Kind of doesn't sound like the kind of thing that you say when, oh, I made it all up. So there you go. There's that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to fix that, and for some reason the link got fucked up on that. I'm not sure why. All right. Okay. Is this where we're at? Yes. Okay. ReZero Anime's third season unveils more cast, theme song artist, 90-minute first episode with a theatrical run. So, like, pulling out all the stops here except for the censorship. And the thing is, like, I don't really care about the rest of this. I just want to point out the fact that the 90-minute episode is going to premiere at Anime Expo. So, hot off the heels of Crunchyroll's announcement of a 90-minute premiere at Anime Expo 2024, the official website and accounts for ReZero Starting Life in Another World Anime Today revealed a brand new visual and trailer for Season 3, along with more cast members and theme song details ahead of Episode 1's Japanese theatrical release on August 30th and subsequent broadcast this October. Okay, so I guess it didn't say anything about the screening. I was wondering, like, what day is it
like
going
a
to be?
recap?
What's up? Yeah.
Watch me a recap.
I was going to say, I was hoping it would tell me, like, what day at AX it's going to be and, like, if I'm going to need to get, like, a wristband or something. But yeah, so with this news, we are now going to be doing ReZero Season 2 as the next watch club so that I can hopefully get that out of the way in time to see Season 3, Episode 1, 90-minute premiere. I should probably let Dan know. All right. Now, last podcast, we talked about the sexy Tanaka-san investigation and how the, like, agreement that they would be at her disposal in terms of, like, the writing and stuff just never actually got out of the meeting room and to the staff of the production. Well, there's a little bit more I saw here. I only skimmed it. We're just gonna cover this again. This is the thing that's new, but there might be more. I stopped reading here. So both publisher Shogakukan and Nippon TV recently released the findings of their investigation into the widely publicized suicide of sexy Tanaka-san mangaka Ashihara Hinako, revealing a deep lack of communication and trust between both parties during the drama adaptation. Firstly, according to Nippon TV, there was, quote, a discrepancy between the recognition of the faithfulness of the adaptation, with the TV company pointing fingers at Shogakukan for not properly conveying the mangaka's will. The late Ashihara sensei and production teams did not have any direct contact either, which could have sanded down tensions. In another incident, despite filming meant to be done 5 days later, the Nippon TV crew said that the shooting was already completed in order to stop Ashihara from making changes and, quote, cause troubles to the crew, which only deepened the gap of mistrust. Most of the incidents that occurred seem to be attributed to the producer at Nippon TV, who would make misleading statements that did not reflect the reality of the schedule and timeline. That said, it seems Shogakukan also shoulders some of the blame, in particular their actions or lack thereof in the mangaka's actions after the adaptation up until her suicide. After summarizing the main points of the report, as well as conducting consultations with other mangaka, Nippon TV stated that going forward, when producing video series based on others' original works, they would create the project plans with the creator's wishes first in mind, through direct talks with the mangaka and not by proxy. I don't believe one fucking word of that. Furthermore, during the discussion phase, up until getting full approval, they will create a document that states all the creator's requests to go over the creator's wishes in every step of creating the series. Finally, internal seminars will be held to further educate producers and staff on the intricacies of adapting work. So it's kind of like a DEI Zoom meeting, like trying to get re-educated. People are already asking Nippon TV to release the full list of names attached to the project so they can be murdered. No. So it seems that the fire surrounding Ashihara Sensei's death will not die soon. In particular, the second season of Oshi no Ko will tackle this exact topic, meaning that the drama will inevitably flare up once again. Oh, scandal. Any thoughts? Anyone?
The fact that they lied to her and said like, "Oh yeah, it's already done. Too late. We can't do anything about it." So annoying.
Fuck, man.
There was something I saw in the news recently that apparently Ford the Grand Prix Formula One, I don't know, some fucking race anyway, had a thing happening in Montreal, I guess last weekend, and a bunch of people were on a bridge trying to get across to where the race was happening and trying to get in, and they could see from the bridge that the race was happening. All right. But the cops in the area, the local Montreal cops, were told the thing was canceled. So they were telling everyone, go home and you're not allowed to cross the bridge anymore. So these people had paid like hundreds of dollars for tickets to go see this race, and they all got turned around and told to go home. And it's like, we can see the race. What are you talking about?
Right there. Look what's going on.
There is no race. What the fuck are you talking about? Look behind you. Yeah.
There is no race.
That kind of shit frustrates the hell out of me.
Your Jedi mind tricks won't work on me.
Exactly. If we use AI to translate, can't activists still inject the same politics? We need our own AI, which would localize to the taste of the individual. So the current AI that exists literally just word for word translates. Like you don't even have input on what it's going to say. It literally just one-to-one translates, and it does it in the voice of the original voice actor. Right. So, or in the voice of the original actor, depending on if you're doing live action stuff. So if you were to translate anime,
it's going to stop whatever you're doing.
Moving my cable so that it's not pinched.
It's really loud when you do that.
I apologize. I already forgot what I was saying. So when it comes to like the existing, granted, there will be alternative ones where you would be able to adjust things, and you'd want that truly to be able to adjust it so that it'll match the lip flaps a little bit better and stuff for the sake of anime. But you don't actually get to tell it what you want it to say for the dubbing with 11 laps, for example, right? HeyGen as well. It just automatically does it. And the problem with HeyGen, just my own personal opinion, is that HeyGen does not take the emotion into account as well as 11 Labs does. That's just my thought process there. Anyway, wait, we need our own AI, which would localize to the taste of the individual. True. Mecha J says Kickvic already trying to boycott that place. Yeah, so let's address that real quick. Typical he theys says, attention everyone, Kickvic, I have bad news. Vic Mignogna isn't dead yet, and he's coming to Los Angeles. Please don't go to this event, and let's boycott it for good. So this event at MVP Collect / Little Lions Collectibles is, it says on the Instagram of the MVP Collects, in fact, I'll bring it up real quick. It says on their fucking Instagram. This isn't it. Hold up. Wrong one.
You're on the little lions.
It was the Little Lions one. Yeah, it's the same store. Yeah, you are correct. Here we go. So Vic said he's going to Little Lions, and the Kick Vic member says MVP collectibles. Now, they are technically happening at the same time, right? This is the one for MVP Collects in Little Tokyo, right? And this is the one for Little Lions, right? Actually, let's try this one. Oh my God, that's Vic's video. Here's the image. Okay, is this the same? Yeah. Well, no, it's not the same. Saturday, June 22nd. Oh, okay. So one of them is the 23rd and one of them is the 22nd. So they are two different ones. Interesting. Okay, well, anyway, for Little Lions, buyer/collector/seller, all profits go towards our son Leo's and daughter Eclair's college fund. So Kick Vic is trying to ensure that this place goes out of business that is just trying to raise money for their kids to go to school. So probably the best thing that'll happen to those kids is not going to college, though. So maybe it's okay. Anyway, yeah, double standards for Mills for sure. Canadians have to lie so that they can get away with whatever they plan to do. Huh. Is their goal to starve Vic via passive aggression? Yeah, seems that way.
Not exactly very passive at it.
Right. So the live-action Voltus 5 is getting a compilation film in October. Toei's announced that the Filipino live-action adaptation of Voltus 5 will get a compilation film in October. Wow, great. Thanks for telling me that twice. Dubbed the Ultra Electromagnetic Edition, Voltus 5 Legacy adds scenes not included in the original Voltus 5 live-action series. The series will have both the original Filipino language version and the Japanese dub. In addition, Tokyo MX is also scheduled to air Voltus 5 Legacy. A new remaster of the original anime may come in Blu-ray in September. We'll look at that later. The live-action series was aired by Philippine television network GMA in May 2023 under the supervision of Toei. It aired until September 2023. The original Voltus 5, we don't need any of that. Anyway, so hopefully we get a physical release of this with the Japanese dub out here. Moving on. All right. Amazon has greenlit a live-action Yakuza series for the Like a Dragon video game series and taps the Kamen Rider Drive Star to play Kiryu Kazuma. So I guess the joke is that, like, this is the Kamen Rider thing. Like, he points it at the camera before, like, activating it or whatever. Definitely the face I expect if that's him, right? Like, that's just a one-to-one that looks exactly like that guy, right? Like, not even a little bit. Not even a tiny bit different, right? But anyway, it says here,
likeness.
It says here, in swearing fealty to the Dojima family, Amazon has officially announced that a live-action adaptation of Sega's Yakuza video games is now in production for their eponymous streaming platform. So I will say this, and we're probably going to read this, but I had like 15 different articles to choose from for this, and one of them had said that it's not like a live-action adaptation, like, for example, Cowboy Bebop or One Piece is for Netflix, but it's actually a Japanese drama. So it is live action, but it's basically just Amazon footing the bill for what would be a Japanese live action series based on it, rather than an American one that fucks it up. So titled Like a Dragon, after the series' original Japanese name, the 6-episode miniseries will reportedly be set in 2 time periods, 1995 and 2005, and follows the life, childhood friends, and the repercussions of the decisions of a fearsome and peerless Yakuza warrior, Kiryu Kazuma, with a strong sense of justice, duty, and humanity. Notably, given the 2 specific years mentioned in the live-action series synopsis, it appears that the series will begin by adapting the events of the original 2005 Yakuza title, later remade as Yakuza Kiwami, which begins in 1995, with Kiryu being sentenced to a 10-year prison sentence for a murder he did not for a murder Hurd did not commit. Great job. Before later picking back up in 2005 as he merges back into the world and attempts to clear his name. Per a June 3rd exclusive from Variety's Patrick Frater and Naaman Ramachandran, the project will be directed by Take Masuhara of Underdog Part 2, whatever the fuck that is, and Takimoto Kengo of Common Teacher, and star none other than Kamen Rider Drive lead Takeuchi Ryoma as the aforementioned Kiryu Kazuma. Meanwhile, its screenplay and story will be provided by Sean Crouch. Oh, that's not a good sign. The Exorcist TV series, and Nakamura Yugo, with the Japanese version of the screenplay being provided by Yoshida Yasuhiro and Yamada Kana. In a statement provided to Variety, a representative for Amazon Prime boasted that Like a Dragon showcases modern Japan and the dramatic stories of these intense characters, such as the legendary Kazuma Kiryu, that games in the past have not been able to explore. Okay. Offering his own thoughts on the project, Take separately asserted, Take separately asserted, quote, I have poured out my heart and soul and the experiences that I have garnered over 35 years into Like a Dragon Yakuza. Further, Amazon MGM Studios head of international originals, James Farrell, declared, quote, the unfettered appeal for Japanese content from within Japan and other parts of the world has been growing exponentially, while Prime Video Japan continues to offer a variety of content across genres, adapting an internationally popular game franchise that has such deep resonance and layered characters presents a unique charm and makes for an extremely compelling watch. However, perhaps the most notable of those who commented on the series announcement was Masayoshi Yokohama, the current head of Yakuza development studio Ryuga Gotoku Studio. Quote, since the day I first put pen to paper on the original Yakuza script, I have never once thought about revisiting any of my work on the series. Oh, okay, said Yokoyama, who has served as a writer and producer on every Yakuza entry since its first release. Quote, it's because I understand all too well the challenges and hardships that come with remaking a finished title. However, if I were ever sent to the past through some kind of cosmic joke, this is the experience I'd want to create. If I had to go through the ringer anyhow, I'd want to make the most engaging version of Kamurocho and Kazuma Kiryu I could, and this show has it all. Huh. While the games let you experience their world through the subjective lens, this adaptation will be the ultimately objective way to enjoy the show, he concluded. I have no doubt that fans of the series will be drawn to how it brings the games to life and adds new surprises. Newcomers, I'm sure, will find themselves invested simply in the gritty realism of the show. Huh. All right, so at current, Like a Dragon is set to hit Prime Video in 2 batches of 3 simul-dubbed and subbed episodes, with the first releasing on October 25th and the second on November 1st. 2 batches. Yeah, so it's going to be 6 total. So 3 on October 25th, and then a couple of days later. Why would you even do that? Just release all of them. Why even do that? What day is October 25th?
October 25th is a Friday.
So it's going to come out on October 25th, and then an entire week later, the next Friday is November 1st. So they're just trying to give it a week for it to get some buzz and get people like, oh, I guess I'll check it out. Right? That's what they're trying to do. Any other thoughts?
Nope.
Cool. Ghost in the Shell celebrates 35th anniversary with a new anime project, updated 4K restoration of Ghost in the Shell 2 Innocence. So, Randy, you had pointed out that it sounded like they were going to make a new series from Science Saru.
Yeah.
And that this article made it sound like they're also making a new movie in addition to the new series.
Yeah.
Right? So
can you hear me?
Yep.
Hello. Yes.
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 Okay. So I read I skimmed this article and I didn't see anything that sounded like there was a movie versus a series or whatever coming out, but pointed out
I don't know if it was this specific thing, but yeah, we'll point it out. It's pretty obvious. It's not like I was.
Okay, it sounded interesting when you had said that, and then when I skimmed through it, I just didn't see it. So maybe I just missed something. But it says here, as the world outside our doors continues to ever devolve into a cyberpunk dystopia, Bandai Namco Filmworks has declassified a pair of new Ghost in the Shell projects. One, a brand new project, and the other, a new restoration of a fan favorite film. On May 25th, Bandai Namco Filmworks announced that in honor of the 35th anniversary of Shigeru Masamune's seminal manga, they had greenlit a new animated cinematic entry into the Ghost in the Shell franchise. Okay, so that's the one we knew about, a new animated cinematic entry. So does cinematic...
No.
That's the movie.
I think Bounding in the comments got their wires crossed.
I think so too. That's why I'm bringing it up. Because they go on to say, produced by Science Saru and the Ghost in the Shell series production committee, consisting of Bandai Namco Filmworks, the manga's publisher Kodansha, as well as the anime's longtime production studio Production IG, the new film will reportedly be, quote, based on the Golden Globe Award nominated animated film The Dog King, as well as the TV anime segments Don't Mess with the Video Lab and The Color of My Heart.
I don't know. They said film. They said it's going to be 2025. The series isn't coming out until 2026. I think they're three separate things: the remake or the upscale, the film, and they also said that it's going to the next line. You cut it out, but it's going to be entered into film festival.
That's true. So further upon its release, the film will be entered into the Annecy International Animated Film Festival 2024 feature-length competition. So they're suggesting
that means it would have to be coming out this year instead of
I mean, it could be that the movie itself doesn't get released until the following year if the Annecy International Animated Film Festival is like December. You know what I mean?
Hold on. Let me look it up.
We would have heard about this film from other sources already.
And it says, and though fans will have to wait until 2025 to see the major's next official sortie, June will see GKIDS offer a holdover in the form of a 3-day theatrical screening of a brand new 4K restoration of Mamoru Oshii's 2004 award-winning Ghost in the Shell 2 Innocence, as produced in honor of the film's own 20th anniversary.
So that film festival is this weekend.
Really?
It's this week. It starts today. It ends next.
We would definitely have seen something about
this. Must be a typo that should say 2025.
That would make more sense.
That would make so much more sense.
It does say we have to wait though. So because sometimes they do put early releases in film festivals.
Yeah.
Sometimes they do that.
But we would definitely have heard about this already if that was the case.
And what they show, if Reese is right, because what we've looked at so far doesn't feature any actual animation. It's all stuff from the manga. It's the manga panels, So if Science Saru had it to a degree where they would have been able to release it into the International Film Festival, then they would have had something to put in the trailer thing, like the announcement thing.
Yeah, you'd think.
And when they announced the TV series, they would have announced a movie to go with it, because that's coming first. Why announce a TV series that's not coming until 2026 and not announce a movie that's supposedly coming this year or next year?
It literally says 2026. It's like the very first bit of text.
I think they got their wires crossed. And
but isn't this?
That's for the show.
Oh, anime.
That trailer is for the series. That's for sure.
I think the movie they're talking about is I think they got their wires crossed. They're talking about the restoration for the 4K for Innocence.
Yeah. Do you think it's possible?
That was probably got put into
into the Annecy International Anime Film Festival.
That's probably. I would not put it past.
I don't see why they would enter Innocence into that festival.
Well,
Because
I'm just suggesting that because
it doesn't. The festival doesn't have to be exclusively premieres.
yeah, that's what I was going to say. Like, you know, maybe it's not eligible for an award.
Yeah,
you know,
but
unless the
they're
award
just-
is for the restoration.
Or
you know
like
what I
here's
mean?
the premiere for the 4K restoration. You know,
They definitely got something wrong here. And if it's this weekend, we'll find out, I think, by next week, right?
I'm looking at the schedule right now. It
not
looks like they
showing?
got it wrong.
Yeah.
There's I don't see anything here that says Ghost in the Shell.
It says June we'll see. So they mean this June. They mean like this month. That the theaters it's going into theaters, right? For the Ghost in the Shell 2. It says per synopsis granting film. So this is just like what the movie's about. We already know that.
Mm-hmm.
4K restored Ghost in the Shell 2 Innocence is scheduled to be screened in Japanese with English subtitles in select North American theaters on June 23rd, 24th, and 25th. Ahead of the nationwide 4K screening, the New York Japan Society, GKIDS, and Anime NYC will be holding a special double screening of the 4K restored editions of both Ghost in the Shell and Ghost in the Shell 2 Innocence on June 15th. And that's it. That's all the fucking work. I don't know. I'd love it if there's another movie and a show from Science Star. I'd fucking love that. That's wonderful.
Well, like even if they made the one mistake on the film festival thing, like to say it's coming out in 2025 when the series
when the fucking video says 2026 right on it. Yeah, like
that video is for the series for sure.
Yeah, they've definitely
and the previous coverage. The previous coverage we did said 2026 for the series, so it'd be weird if they and they said it. They just announced this remaster, so and they're announcing both at the same time, which they announced the series earlier a couple weeks ago, right? So it'd be weird to be like, oh, we're announcing both things now when it's like the series was already announced. And then
I think Bounding
they had a typo with 2025. I can't imagine they fucked up that badly.
Well, stranger things have happened.
And that trailer is above the like related. Oh no, never mind. But yeah, so I don't know. I want to film.
Yeah.
So.
I think all of the films have been great, including the ones based on like Solid State Society and stuff. I've enjoyed all of them. So anyway,
Arise are technically films. Did you like those too?
No, fuck Arise. Arise doesn't count.
Those are movies too, by the way.
No.
Were they in theaters?
Japanese theaters, yeah.
Oh yeah. GKIDS acquires the theatrical and home video rights to Dan to Dan. Do we have a date on when they're going to bring them to theater? Probably not.
This is a TV series.
Yeah.
It's supposedly going to be a split course TV series. And this is the first time GKIDS has announced or licensed a TV series outright before, it started airing. Because they had got Ranja, which already had premiered on Amazon.
What about Earwig and the Witch? Isn't that a TV series?
No, that's a movie.
Is it a movie? I never watched it.
It's a Goro Miyazaki 3D CG movie.
Right. Ronja the Robber's Daughter is also 3D CG, isn't it?
Yeah. That had aired on that had already streamed on Amazon prior.
So the point that we're trying to draw attention to here is that GKIDS continues to become a bigger and bigger player in the world of anime acquisition because they're the ones who got Evangelion. What was the other thing that we were talking about that they got recently?
Angel's Egg,
right? Yeah. So they're getting these previously unlicensable things, right? That was like
they got the entire Ghibli library except for Grave of the Firefly. Ghibli basically just distanced themselves from that.
Hold on, my wife is texting me.
But I wouldn't be surprised if GKIDS gets Grave of the Fireflies at some point.
Yeah.
Because Sentai previously had it.
Yeah. let's see. So this doesn't actually say. Yeah, I guess they don't have release dates for the.
Well, Don to Don premieres in October.
Yeah, I know, but obviously they don't have the theatrical.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they're actually going to show it. That must be the thing with.
Yeah, maybe they just.
I feel like that
part
term,
of getting it is that they got the theatrical rights, so nobody else can get it.
Like screen it or something.
Yeah,
a la Yuri on Ice.
Yeah, and that's what I'm wondering if they're going to do that. If they're going to do, because how long is it? Is it a 13 episode or?
It's gonna be. It's gonna be a split core series, so 2 cores.
2 cores, okay. So yeah, unlikely. I don't know. Anyway, we'll see. Moving on. All right, original anime film, A Few Moments of Cheers. Cheers' second video, audience gifts. Okay. So, we talked about this briefly before. It is the story of a boy who edits music videos with a Wacom tablet for some reason because his teacher inspires him. The story follows Kanata, a high school boy who becomes inspired to create music videos after watching a live street performance by Yu, a teacher who had given up on a career in music. And then they started working at Mossburger and everything in their life turned around. All right. Why does nobody remember me in this world? I guess there's slightly more to look at. Feel like armpits. There you go. Moving on. All right. VTuber Legend, how I went viral after forgetting to turn off my stream anime normalizes baby fetish. Oh, wait. That's not what it says. Debuts on July 7th. Okay. Probably going to end up at Anime Expo seeing it, I bet. So here's some of the characters in it. Oh, okay, that's behind her. I was like, wait a minute, is that like underneath? Okay. And here we go. All right. Oh my God. Reese, it's the can.
Wait, what?
It's the can.
What can? Can of what can?
The can we're going to talk about in random merch that has the slice of lemon in it.
Oh, okay.
We're going to come back to this. All right. Plus-sized elf anime rounds out the cast with new key visuals. So if you were wondering if it was going to fetishize fat, yes. Yes. It is. Every character is obese. Yes. Except for the little girl who's only kind of fat in the face.
She's a little obese in training.
Yeah. Anyway. Oh.
No.
Oh.
No.
Interesting. That's interesting. One moment, please. Never seen that happen before.
Yeah, like a visual trick.
Crunchyroll has full on removed.
Maybe
what is
they
the...
weren't supposed to. Maybe
I don't know. They changed the title of it.
Oh.
Because this is the same article. Because this says 2024-6-2, right? So this article I've got over here.
We're still looking at the.
I'm pulling it over. Hold on. So this article over here is from that same day. And this is what I was going to show.
Okay.
So the actual headline now is original anime MAYONAKA Punch premieres July 8th. Anyway, thoughts on this?
That was weird. I'm not feeling the style. It's very Western looking.
Yeah, there's something about it that feels a little awkward. The fuck is
rude.
this? Oh, that's her like selfie stick.
Scroll down. I like that picture. I think the character design looks good.
It looks a little awkward here with like this character. Anyway, let's see what it is. Your boy Kong Wing guy is directing it. The series follows Masaki, who was fired from her previous 3-person YouTube channel after a certain incident, as she Hiroshima, Nagasaki, right? as she teams up with another girl named Live to start over. Together, they're aiming for 1 million subscribers. You know, the quickest way to 1 million subscribers, right? Show your tits. All right, let's see what other ones.
Why are we there yet?
Because that one time, what was it? Who paid Foodnum to show his nipple and he never showed it on stream?
Satan 666.
Was that Satan 666? So Ubel Blatt anime. I think it was actually. That's what I was thinking of.
It's like the idea of Satan demands nipples.
Yeah, Satan demands nipple. Ubel Blatt anime adds voice actor Yuya Hirose as the main character Koinzel. Pretty sure it's a man.
Yeah.
Very effeminate man.
There were titties in this manga, if I remember correctly.
Say what?
I remember the first like couple volumes of the series having quite a few shots. Let's just say.
What kind of shots?
Of the man or of girls?
Of girls. I think there was a couple of him, but they were like more of like. It was more focused on the women than him, but.
All right, dumb question. I know that Interspecies Reviewers already answered this, but when you think about like fantasy races, like dwarves, goblins, elves, do you think elves are well endowed?
No.
I feel like, if anything, elves are long, but they ain't thick. Right?
Yeah.
Dwarves are short, but they're fat as fuck, right? Those girthy individuals. And the happy medium, the goblin, is long and thick, right?
Oh no.
All right, moving on.
rather bumpy, I would imagine.
Code Geass, Rozé of the Recapture, reveals a new visual and a betrayal on this outfit. What happened? I don't even know her name, but Best Girl's been nerfed.
No. Nina? Is that fucking Nina? Go back down.
The uniform is meant to just almost barely reveal the nipple. What are you doing?
Go back down to the character sheets.
Yeah, go back down to the
She's
character
not on
sheets.
the thing.
No, I'm looking at a different character on the left.
This is
Yeah.
Nina.
Yeah, okay, that is Nina. Okay, she's from the other series. Okay, cool.
She had a very promiscuous affair with the desk.
Yeah, that poor table coon will never get over it.
Desk coon. Okay, let's watch Club That after Zero.
Are you telling me that piqued your interest after all?
It's like all right, I'm sold. All right.
Wow.
The girl downstairs, Dong Hua, Japanese dub, reveals premiere date, visual, and trailer. Which one's the girl from downstairs? Anyway. Spy Family gets a 3rd season.
Woohoo!
Apparently they have to summon. Is she going to become the show Tucker experiment right now?
No, how could you do that?
Is that or is that not a pentagram?
It's just honor on you, sir.
Shit like that is why our subscribers get
I think it's supposed to represent the Stellas, okay? The stars.
My Wife Has No Emotion anime brings the love in wedding illustration. The other anime is I Married My Robo Fleshlight. What the fuck is he holding? What the hell is that? Rihito and Mamoru. The fuck? But why though? All right. Anyway,
That's a very long, thin neck.
Yes. Takuma is a single guy who does nothing but go to work and come home. Too tired to do chores, he decides to get a robot to cook and keep house. Mina-chan is such a good housekeeper. Takuma jokes that she should become his wife. Mina takes Takuma's joke seriously, and slowly the two start doing more things together, like having a picnic outside. Fuck, you're practically married at that point. As time goes by,
we'll just skip to anal right now.
Right? As time goes by, Takuma starts to fall for Mina. But can a human and a robot ever have an equal, loving relationship? I don't know.
I'll find out for you.
The fact that she's blushing indicates that she's more human than you might think. The fuck is going on right here on her forehead?
More than meets the eye.
Yeah, that's like the access to her brain chip. Like, anyway. The Elusive Samurai anime hits Japanese Airways.
Download the Kama Sutra right real quick.
Right. Siri, download Kama Sutra. Right. All right. Yeah, so this anime has a shockingly refreshing art style and dynamic design sense that is super refreshing to see. But it also weirdly looks CG at times to me. Like, I don't know.
What studio did this?
I can't tell. Like, so for me, that right there, I've seen a lot of anime, and there ain't no fucking way you draw this angle and you put that line going like that instead of just straight from here to here, right? You still have the internal mouth, but they always fucking draw it differently, right? And it just like when you stare at it for a while, it just like you start to see like the shape of the tooth, like the line for the teeth. It just looks weird, right? And it just like, I don't know, something about it looks off. But here's the thing about it. It still looks fucking good, right? Like, even though it's given me like a little bit, like something's a little off about it, it's still, if it is CGI, it is still far superior than anything we've seen before. When I first looked at it, I thought it looked like Arc Systems Works style CGI for those games. Like, that's what it kind of feels like to me, is the Arc Systems Works style, Guilty Gear style animation, right? I don't know. I really like this poster, though. I feel like the characters are well designed. I feel like there's a very dynamic posing going on that gives a lot of visual interest. So I'll probably check this out. Just throwing that out there. Anybody else have thoughts?
I'm just trying to figure out what studio did it.
I think it looks good.
It is going to broadcast
Overworks.
MS.
Overworks.
Is it Overworks?
So they did My Dress Up Darling.
It has a look to it that feels like the art style I expect from like Sakura Wars the game. Do you get what I mean? Like, it's just like the color palette and like the shape to the hair, just something about it feels. What's up?
EC says the Elusive Samurai by the same mangaka that did Ass Class. For anybody that liked that, Ass Class was pretty good.
Anyway,
I will
what
probably
company starts with a G? GKIDS. And Geneon, I think maybe what you're thinking of. Yeah, the Guilty Gear style. Yeah, cool. All right, back to this. Theater of Darkness, Yamishibai, season 13 is anime begins on July 14th. So
that's continuing, I guess.
Yep. I don't think we got. We didn't get Yamishibai out over here, right?
I think Sentai released like the first 2 seasons, and that was it.
I remember there's something that I bought that came with episodes of Yamishibai, which Yamishibai is just like that's like a title. That's like ghost stories, right? Like that's what it means. It's like a kind of like gather around. I'm going to tell you some spooky stories, kind of saying or something like that. So I'm my point is there may be more series that have been called this before this one, right? But I have something. I think it might be those classics of Japanese cinema or whatever, like that 12 or 13 volume DVD set I bought that has those really fucking old films in it. I think Yamishibai might have been part of that. Anyway, Hazure Skill Kinomi Master light novel gets a TV anime adaptation. So when I look at this, I see Genshin Impact. Like the style of this character makes me think of Klee. That's the character's name, right? Green Line.
I don't know.
Did Green Line leave? Motherfucker. As soon as I get to the stuff that he's...
Did Green Line fall asleep?
Anyway, I looked up Klee as I was saying this when I was looking at it before, and yeah, it looks just like him except for blonde and a bigger hat. Anyway, moving on from here. Glad I kept it in the dark. All right, Anime Studio Orange gonna adapt Scott Westerfeld's Leviathan novels with an original song by Joe Hisaishi, who does the music for all the Ghibli movies.
Now, Orange is the one that did
Trigun,
Stampede,
Beastars, Land of the Lustrous.
Yeah, Land of the Lustrous. That's the one.
Yeah, and this is going to be a Netflix anime. So we'll see. More on that later. All right, voice actor helm TV show Modern Mistranslation begins broadcasting July 6th. Whoa. You have a show about voice actors called Modern Mistranslation? Huh. Is it made for modern audiences, or perhaps, dare I say it, might be not modern audiences focused? Gendai Goyaku consists of animated and live-action documentary portions. The animated portions focus on teaching the audience famous quotations from historical figures from all over the world by presenting the quotations incorrectly at first as mistranslations in the modern day. Damn. I love the Jews. False. Hitler never said this. Right? Like... encouraging the viewers to learn the correct quotes in the process. The live action portions feature Chodendo DB examining how the anime portions are planned and produced. Huh. Wow. I don't know. Moving on. Anime studio Gainax has filed for bankruptcy. Fuck. Nobody actually cares, though. What have they done in the last, Anime studio Gainax announced on its website on Friday that it filed for bankruptcy in the Tokyo District Court on May 29th. The bankruptcy proceedings are happening just short of the studio's 40th anniversary in December. So I'm sure it'll come up, but first thing I think of when I hear that Gainax is going under isn't there like also a Gainax Fukushima, Gainax West or something, and like Studio Trigger, Studio Kara, like, you know, they split off into so many. So you're telling me the original Gainax is out, but Gainax Fukushima's not? You know what I mean? Like, what if literally any of them done besides Kara and Trigger since they split off? So this is their statement here. They say Gainax's statement. In its statement on Friday, Gainax explained that its financial situation worsened starting in about 2012 due to various factors, including managing a restaurant that did not meet projections. The restaurant, by the way, that weren't they using the restaurant to like hide their tax earnings or something? Or was that that was Ufotable, wasn't it? Gainax had the sex scandal, right? With the guy who had like the dormitory for the young voice actors or whatever. And he was like going to the girls' dorm and convincing them to take their clothes off for a photo shoot to help them make their portfolio or some shit. The ugly bastard meme is real. Due to various factors, including managing a restaurant that did not meet projections, establishing a mismanaged CG company, giving large unsecured loans to executives, and running its business operations as if it was a small personal venture. Gainax said that due to massive debts incurred by management, it was removed from production committees after not paying royalties, and it was sued for debts and other matters. During this worsening financial situation, many affiliated companies were established under the Gainax name in regional areas, which led to many resignations at Gainax itself and the resulting loss of its capability to produce animation. Where was I? To produce animation as a studio. These companies later declared that they were not related to the main Gainax studio, with Gainax claiming these companies, quote, relinquished their administrative responsibilities. So they've got to be referring to Gainax, Fukushima, and all the other ones that are like sub-companies or whatever. Gainax statement also claimed that Tomohiro Maki, who had been its head since 1992, transferred shares to a person, quote, with no knowledge of filmmaking production in 2018. Oh, could it be the woman that he attempted to have sex with in the dorm? Right. A move that had the approval of management at the time. Maki was then arrested in December 2019 for a semi-coerced indecent acts, causing the company to completely lose its ability to operate while still being saddled with a large amount of debt. After Gainax revamped its management team in February 2020, the company stated it began reviewing documents to fully understand its situation, alongside the studio Kara as a creditor. The companies discovered, wouldn't it be funny if Studio Kara renames itself back to Gainax? Right?
Gainax 2.22.
Right. You cannot go bankrupt. Right? The companies discovered large amounts of borrowing from financial institutions, defaults on debts to companies in the animation industry, and the sales and transfers of intellectual property and production materials to other companies and individuals without the permission of the original rights holders. Gainax stated its management worked with Kara and other companies and production committees to confirm the rights of the works and properly manage the IP and scattered materials. However, Gainax stated it has been unable to resolve its large amount of debt, and after it was sued by a debt collection company in May, the company decided it could no longer continue as a business and filed for bankruptcy. Gainax specifically added in its statement that it has no current affiliation to Gaina, that's the other one, Studio Gaina, and Fukushima Gaina, which was formerly known as Fukushima Gainax. Gainax International, Gainax Kyoto, Yonago Gainax, Gainax Niigata, and Gainax West. Seriously, some assholes' financial advice is just split off to another company and transfer the debt to them, right? Okay, a new company every day. Let's see. Kara has now acquired the Gainax trademark and serves as the manager of the trademark. Gainax also noted that it will provide, I just want to point out the fact that of all of these, Gainax International, Niigata, West, Fukushima, look at how few of them are hyperlinked to an actual, place that you could look at the stuff that
an entry on ANNN.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it says Gainax also noted that it will provide notification about the future use of the works it is managed after the bankruptcy proceedings are over. Here's Kara's statement. Kara also provided a statement on the bankruptcy announcement on Friday. In the statement, Kara states that it had been aware of Gainax's poor management and debt for a while. And Gainax's co-founder and Kara president, Hideaki Anno, had expressed his concerns to Gainax and made proposals to improve the company's management. But Anno's proposals were not accepted for a long time. This is so fucking funny. Imagine running a company that is wildly successful, but being such a fucking dickhead about it that the people that made your company successful leave, and everybody at your company that's worth a damn follows them, right, to their companies, and then you go into obscurity even though you were responsible for some of the most important anime that has ever been produced ever. Like, fucking ridiculous. So let's see. Oh, fuck, where did I leave off? Honest proposals were not accepted for a long time. Despite all this, Kara continued to accept the proposal of Gainax management and provided supportive loans. Kara stated the Gainax situation continued to worsen, and then Maki was arrested in December 2019. Following Maki's arrest, Anno requested the collaboration of Kadokawa, King Records, and Studio Trigger to prevent damage to the reputation of Evangelion and other works. Representatives from those companies were appointed as board directors at Gainax, and they worked to try to understand the situation and resolve unpaid debts to studios, writers, and creators in the animation industry. However, by the time this new management team understood the overall situation, Gainax was already in a state of insolvency with unmanageable debts. Kara said that in order to ensure that creators, original authors, and writers can continue to manage and produce their works in the future, it and Gainax are working with each production committee to confirm, organize, and transfer the rights to either companies or individuals they believe most suitable. So this is actually pretty fucking cool, right? Kara's coming in here. I've got this tweet. CEO Kara will be assisting in transferring rights of works to suitable owners, right? So Kara's coming in here, and they are determining who should have the rights so that they don't get tied up in a dead company and then nobody can continue with their creative endeavors. I think that's pretty cool. I think Japan handles the rights really well when it comes to, like, you know, honoring the actual creative minds behind things versus just some company getting full rights to everything that you built and, you know, fucking off with it, right? Anyway, so Kara considered providing support to help alleviate Gainax's debts, but decided it would have not been possible to make sufficient repayments. Anyway, this is just history. I don't think we need to read that. Anybody have thoughts?
No.
Oh, really? Such a big statement here. Okay, cool. Anyway, so Savakis had this to say: sad, not unexpected news about Gainax this morning. Despite the valiant efforts of a few, the company couldn't survive. Our re-release of Otaku no Video, Gainax's satirical autobiography, was already in the works and will be announced shortly. Oh, sounds like he just announced it. There you go. They're going to re-release Otaku no Video under the Animego line.
Now, that was previously only released on DVD, am I correct?
No, I'm pretty sure the Kickstarter was Blu-ray.
All right, before we go into, I assume we're done with that topic. Before we go into mega news, correction time.
Okay.
I put a link in private chat.
Cool.
This is the official, I think the official Ghost in the Shell website. And the way they word it 100% seems like they're talking about the TV series, and that's it.
TV animation series, right there.
That it's going to be coming out in 2026. But then, if you scroll down to the second paragraph, it says that
a new Ghost in the Shell TV animation series has just been announced. The animation production will be based on the Golden Globe Award-nominated animated film The Dog King. And the TV animation Don't Mess With the Video Lab and The Color of My Heart, which will be entered into the Annecy International Animated Film Festival 2024 feature-length competition broadcast scheduled for 2026.
Are those films going to Annecy?
That's what it sounds like.
So a new Ghost in the Shell TV animation series has just been announced. The animation production will be based on the Golden Globe Award-nominated film The Dog King. And the TV animation Don't Mess With the Video Lab and The Color of My Heart.
Now, I still think it's not 100%.
So you said you had the Annecy Film Festival thing pulled up?
Yeah.
Do you see The Color of My Heart or Don't Mess With the Video Lab in there?
So I just
Or the one before that?
The Dog King?
New link.
Okay.
I did not see anything titled any of those three things. but I did find something titled "The Colors Within," and that is my only assumption, is that it's talking about this.
So, from director Naoko Yamada. Science Saru. That's probably it, yeah. Interesting.
So, Batty in the comments got their wires crossed.
Yeah. Well, honestly, the way that they phrased it, it sounded to me like the new thing was going to be based on this award-winning film, which I thought was maybe one of Mamoru Oshii's other films.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
Right? And that these were 2 episodes from Ghost in the Shell standalone complex. So The Color of My Heart versus The Colors Within, which could just be the English title. Interesting. So a new Ghost in the Shell TV anime series has just been announced. The animation production will be based on the Golden Globe Award nominated animated film The Dog King, and the TV animation Don't Mess With the Video Lab and The Color of My Heart, which will be entered into the NC. That doesn't make any fucking sense.
Well, I think it's... I think what it's saying is, I don't know why they would do this, but I think what it's saying is the new TV series will be based off of the movie, like take aspects of the movie. The other TV series, the movie The Dog Thing, the other TV series Don't Mess With My Video Lab, and the film The Color of My Heart.
Oh!
Or The Color of My Heart, it will be entered into the film festival.
Hold on. Let me...
Because the other 2 aren't in the film festival. It's just the color, whatever.
Hold on, I'm just looking for...
Why they would remake The Color of the... Why they would adapt a film that they just came out with into Ghost in the Shell? Doesn't make any sense to me.
Don't Mess With the Video Lab sounds like it could be referring to Don't Mess With It. Don't
mess with Azukin, right? That's what I thought.
Yeah. That was also Sansar.
Yeah. My God. Like, okay, I'm looking it up on IMDb.
The animation tradition will be based on the Golden Globe Award nominated The Dog King.
There are
What's The Dog King?
There are no movies called The Dog King, unless it's Inu-Oh.
Fucking... Okay.
Could it be Inu-Oh?
Probably. So it's like the production will be based on probably be done by the same studio.
The same people who did it. That's what I'm guessing. Because that's the Masaki Yuasa.
Yeah.
And Masaki Yuasa is like the creative person behind Science Art.
Yeah.
Right? Him and that Korean guy. Motherfucker.
Wow.
See, this is why you don't translate stuff into English directly and just assume it's okay. Yeah, that's got to be what it is. Holy shit. Wow, I hate everything about this then.
Debated.
All right. Well, now that that's done, let me just go ahead and archive this. And this. Glad that's over with. That has to be keep your hands off Azukin, right? It has to be.
Yeah. I put that in Google and the Azukin opening was like the first.
Yeah, because that's what the full title.
Right? Keep your hands off it. Keep your hands off Azukin.
Okay. And then one more archive and paste. Cool. All right. Well, mystery somewhat solved. Satisfactory degree of solving. Okay.
Good job, Bang.
Prosecutors drop charges against a man who assaulted coworker over Oshinoko spoilers. Do you think that the
validated?
It was like, yeah, he fucking deserved it.
Yeah, the prosecution is like, look, I don't even want to try this case because I don't want to hear the spoilers. The prosecutor's office in Kyoto has decided not to pursue charges against the man who assaulted his co-worker who had spoiled plot developments in Oshinoko. According to the Kyoto Shimbun, the charges were dropped without any further explanation. The accused man allegedly grabbed his co-worker by the collar and kicked him in the dick. Like, grab you and what do you? I'm trying to picture like in the shin. Like
that's what I'm thinking. It's just like kicked in the shin.
Listen here, you. Like I mean, like maybe like it's Japan, right? They do karate, right? So like a side kick and just like you kick him through the wall and like
just
shirt rips off when you do it. Like you kick him so hard.
I think you're way overthinking. I think he just grabbed the guy and like kicked him with the side of his foot, like you would like kick a dog almost, like to get out of your way.
Wow,
you know,
kick
like
dogs?
just no, but like if you're using your foot to tell your dog to get out of the way, right? You're not really kicking him, but like touching him with his foot on his leg. I don't. So yeah, in the shin, side of the leg, maybe the shoe. Just like, what are you doing?
You stuck my shoe, son of a bitch. I'm
You know,
going to top.
almost like whopping him upside the head with your leg. But in this case, you're hitting
I
his
don't know,
other
Randy.
leg.
I think Brad would definitely kick his dog.
Yeah. We'll do again.
Glad you're back, Green Line. Talking about
Yeah, how dare you? How dare you not validate my impressions of Genshin Impact when I asked for them? All right.
Sorry.
As previously reported, the man had been charged following the assault. Both the 50-year-old suspect and victim work for the Kyoto District Legal Affairs Bureau. The series is written by what the fuck? That's all the news? They just dropping it? Why do you gotta tell me why? Holy shit.
I would imagine it's because
why even write an article about it? Leave me believing that there is a guy out there getting sent to jail over spoilers.
I would believe it's because it wasn't like the guy probably wasn't hurt. It's the Legal Affairs Bureau, so they probably don't want the embarrassment. Mm-hmm. And like, if it was a spoiler, like, what are the odds that the jury would be like, yeah, we agree with the guy that hit him because that's fucked up. Why would you spoil it?
I just thought it was
like jury nullification.
Yeah, like the horny jail. We need a spoiler jail shirt.
We could put Augie on it. One of the things that that in my rewatch of the podcast that I've been compiling is there's this one point in the podcast where FDD&M starts talking about something that happens in the first episode of an anime, and he's like, "Oh, don't spoil it!" Right? He's like, "It happens in the first episode." I haven't seen the first episode, so like you would not fucking believe the amount of times that Augie has spoiled like entire plots of anime on the podcast. So I've just been like, I'm like, oh, hypocrite. So we'll put him on the spoiler jail, sir. All right. Anyway, Kadokawa has launched a masterpiece comics label to adapt classic literature. From the Silent Mao, Mayao, and the Great Gatsby are part of the current lineup. Is this the Silent Mayao? It is.
Okay.
Meow. like over enunciating the cat meow. Japanese publisher Kadokawa today announced a new label called Masterpiece Comics with the aim of adapting well-known public domain, right? Classic books in Japan and other countries into manga by up-and-coming manga artists. Kicking off the lineup is Paul Gallico's The Silent Meow, which is being adapted by I'm a Cat, Said the Dogs, Katana Sajima.
What the fuck is this trench bullshit?
Fucking God.
All
right, an adaptation of Kuniya Yanagida's Tono Monogatari by Kujiraba will follow suit in September. Then Paulo Coelho's The Alchemist by Tamaki Nakamura in November. Yasutaka Tsutsui's Zanzo ni Kujibeni wo by Hiroaki Terada. Nobody knows any. F. Scott Fitzgerald's The Great Gatsby by an undisclosed artist. Okay. All right. Japan Association of Translators condemns AI manga translation. Fuck. I condemn AI website translation that you didn't double check. Although I think you just use Google Translate for that. So organization releases statement. The organization releases a statement outlining its opposition to machine translation. For certain things in this world, it's pretty hard to find someone who's indifferent to them. Pineapple on pizza is something not a lot of people seem to just shrug their shoulders at and say, I could go either way. As is the question of whether many-eyed Osaka Kansai Expo mascot character Miyaku is cute. Wow. You really rushed to 2 articles that probably aren't getting a lot of views otherwise. But few topics are quite as divisive these days as trying to use AI to replace a human doing professional work. Some say taking carbon-based life forms out of the equation makes work processes faster, more accurate, and more affordable, while others contend that there are things that just can't be done by machines, no matter how much learning they've done, and so they absolutely require a human touch. It's a debate in which you won't find many people with a middle-of-the-road mindset, and the Japan Association of Translators has made it very clear where they stand. Founded in 1985, the JAT is Japan's largest translation/interpretation magazine, organization. And this week released a statement in both English and Japanese condemning the use of AI for manga translation. Here's the English statement. Quote, statement on the public and private sector initiative to use AI for high-volume translation and export of manga. The Japan Association of Translators wishes to express its strong reservations regarding the public and private sector initiatives to use AI for high-volume translation and export of manga. Say it again, why don't you? First, in its current form, AI translation has yet to demonstrate the level of quality required to adequately portray nuance, cultural background, or character traits, which are critical to a work of fiction. Give it 1 month, you'll be there. Using machines to churn out mass quantities of translated works in a short amount of time. According to official announcements, 50,000 works in 5 years, with the shortest turnaround being 2 days per work, risks greatly diminishing the value of the work itself. Moreover, excessive reliance on AI risks putting professional manga translators who have supported the industry for years out of work. So this is the real thing. I suspected when I first read the headline that this is like Western translators who run the Japan Association of Translators. It's a bunch of localizers who are like, no, I want to have a job. It's like, too bad you suck at it. That's the problem. Oh, they can't do the nuance like I do, where I insert gender, transgender characters where they weren't before and all that. Anyway, so moreover, excessive reliance on AI risks putting professional manga translators who have supported the industry for years out of work and turns valuable human resources into throwaway commodities. We are deeply concerned about the negligent disregard for so much accumulated experience and skill for the sake of cost reduction. This is to say nothing for the risk posed by releasing hastily produced low-quality translations into the market. Uh-oh. That's interesting. I just got a notification from Rumble that I started streaming. That's not good. Look into that.
Rumble's super delayed all the time.
Fucking awful.
I wouldn't worry about it.
Oh shit, we said Rumble. That means that YouTube's gonna demonetize the stream or whatever the fuck everybody who talks
Get
about.
ready to rumble!
Rumble in the Bronx is my favorite Jackie Chan movie. Okay, good. I think we're good. All right. Where was I? This is to say nothing of the risk posed by releasing hastily produced low-quality translation into the market. Poor translations undermine consumer trust, opening the window for pirated versions to flourish. Given that manga is an important facet of Japanese culture and one of the many ways that people are first introduced to Japan, it is all the more important that the words we use to convey these stories are not undervalued. These are all the reasons I'm all for AI translation. Like, do you not understand that the people who have previously been in charge of localizing things into the English market have done such a fucking awful job that that's the reason why I am excited about the AI. Like, you guys have done this to yourselves. Based on our experience and subject matter expertise, it is the opinion of this organization that AI translation is extremely unsuitable for translating high context, story-centric writing such as novels, scripts, and manga. Quick and easy AI translation not only risks hurting the translation industry or the manga industry, it is not in the country's best interest. No, it's not in your best interest.
Holy shit.
Right, man.
I'm in a pod here. Can't you tell?
All right. Our organization is deeply concerned that the public and private sector initiative to use AI for high volume translation and export of manga will damage Japan's soft power.
Flaccid power.
Yeah.
Flaccid
Man, that sucks. I don't.
Oh,
I think. I don't feel good about this. The way you phrase it. Don't you know, Japan has soft power. The kind of power you only get by producing doujins. Like, wait a minute. The power
that would be hard power, wouldn't it?
I was gonna say, I think the soft power refers to the power to influence without military might.
Yeah.
The Japan Association of Translators holds that expert translations by professional translators is essential to ensure that Japan's exceptional manga continue to reach and engage readers around the world. We strongly propose that now is the time for careful and constructive dialogue between manga artists, businesses or publishers, the government, translators, translator organizations, readers, and all stakeholders to consider the appropriate use of AI and machine translations. The statement doesn't specify which AI translation initiatives it's referring to, but there have been a number of manga publishers of varying sizes who have made murmurings about exploring ways to implement AI in translating content for non-Japanese readers. Regardless of the exact initiatives, though, the point stands that AI is highly unlikely to make for high-quality translations, especially from Japanese to English, and especially for manga. I don't know about that. Setting aside the complex questions of how much localization is required or desirable when producing English versions of originally in Japanese manga, English and Japanese are, on a structural level, very different languages. Their base sentence structure differ greatly, and those differences get amplified when speaking either casually or theatrically, since their different base structures choose differences in which gets trimmed, tweaked, or added for comedic, dramatic, or emotional emphasis. That can frequently make literal translations weird and unwieldy, and sometimes even impossible. Proper translation requires an understanding of nuance and context, especially since it's common for Japanese speakers to omit things like the subject of a sentence when speaking. For example, asking someone, "Anata wa doko ni ikimashita ka?" literally, "Where did you go?" can sound weird or even accusatory. And the same goes for "Kanojo wa doko ni ikimashita ka?" "Where did she go?" or "Kare wa doko ni ikimashita ka?" "Where did he go?" Japanese speakers are much more likely to just say "Doko ni ikimashita ka?" literally, "Where did go?" Relaying on the current situation or the preceding part of the conversation to make it clear to the listener who the question is about. However, understanding nuance and context isn't AI's strong suit, so it's going to struggle with phrases like "Doko ni ikimashita ka?" which could potentially be translated any number of ways. Other possible stumbling blocks, Japanese has over a dozen ways to say "I." Does it really? Over a dozen? More than 10 ways to say "father," and at least 3 ways to say "love." All of those convey different feelings and personalities, which need to be accounted for in proper translation in ways beyond just translating the individual word. See, but the thing is, yeah, you've got 10 ways to say father. How many do we have in America, like in American English? We've got father, dad, daddy, dada,
Papa,
papa, pa,
Old
right?
man.
Pop,
Yeah, like my old man. Yeah,
asshole.
yeah. So there,
Hey, dickhead.
like you've got an equal number of ways to say these things, right? I don't think it's that like I think they really like I read a lot of articles about this stuff from people who you can tell have never actually used AI to do translation. Here's a machine translation. Well, machine translation is how you end up with translations like this. Let's say, you have to bring back the dog shit. Sounds to me. All of these issues are going to be even bigger problems for AI. When dealing with manga, as it's a storytelling medium with a significant visual component, much of the context that's critical to the Japanese to English translation process is going to come from the artwork, something AI translation doesn't reference and incorporate. Completely untrue. You could absolutely load up the entire page and you could describe panel 1, this is what's happening. Here's the context here. Translate accordingly, right? Like you could easily do this stuff. Ultimately, the decision by publishers as to whether or not to use AI translations is likely to come down to consumer response. So if you're on the side of the Japan Association of Translators in this debate, the best thing to do is to vote with your wallet and support manga translated by human professionals. Now,
So
I'm going to actively do the opposite.
The cool 2T brings up a valid point. Motherfucker is also a word for father.
Yep. My favorite word for father. Turns out I'm right. JT Vega was thinking of Genia. What's up?
I was going to say, before we continue, give me a second here. I want to see something.
Okay.
Are
you going to translate a chapter of One Piece?
Well, that did come up recently. There was a chapter of One Piece that I mean, it's kind of unrelated, but to AI. But a character says like the scan says you're gonna tell or you're gonna explain everything. And people were like, does that imply that the character who says this knows and is worried that this other character is explaining everything?
All the beans.
Or is he saying, like, no, as a command, you are going to explain everything, meaning he wants to know himself? And the official translation translated it unambiguously as, are you really going to explain everything? Question mark. Although it's debatable whether or not he knows it specifically. But I took that same phrase from the manga and translated it using ChatGPT, and it said, you're going to explain everything to me. So, but apparently in like even Japanese people are confused by what was said. Like it seems ambiguous.
Yeah, and that's kind of like the fun of Japanese to some degree, is that it is a bit ambiguous in terms of like Japanese, for example, is a very punny language, right? Due to the way the sentences are structured and how verbs work and all this stuff, there are aspects to it where you can change very minor things. Like, for example, in Ibichu, there is a portion of the anime where there's a part where it gets brought up as like the joke is that the words sound similar, where if you say in Japanese squirrels and chestnuts, it's kuri to risu, which is also the way to say clitoris, right? So like they have stuff like that where like it's very punny, right? And so Japanese has like a very unique structure to it where you can tell different types of stories or make different types of jokes or things, or like thought-provoking, sentences that are only that way because they're being said in Japanese. Like if they were said in another language, it's actually almost impossible to adapt it because it doesn't translate the same way. And I totally understand that plight. And I'm a huge fan of localization, as I've said many times, just not a fan of vocalization, right? So I understand there are not always going to be instances where you can translate something perfectly. And I'm 100% on board for that. I love it when you add Tarantino levels of cussing in violent anime. That's great, right? Japanese has... You can say the same thing that in English you would use the inflection of your voice in order to convey things differently, which in text doesn't always come across correctly, right? So if you say something as a command, like get out of here or something, if you add like 2 or 3 exclamation points, it becomes obvious or more obvious that you're yelling at someone to get the fuck away from me or something like that, right? Japanese has this thing with the way that the verbs work, where there's a form of it where, like, because they've got verbs are typically they end in ru, right? And there's like this thing they call te form, where it's like the different forms of the verbs depending on if it's in 2 different classifications. And then they have this thing where if you say the verb, but instead of it being ru, which is like ru is like the act of doing, and you change it to ro, then it becomes a command, right? So like there's a song in Katamari Damacy where there's a part in the song where the singer goes odoro, which literally means like I fucking command you to dance, bitch. Like, and like, so there's like ways to say it where through text it actually in some ways can be more clear than if you were to write it in English, because in English we use so much of like the tone of our voice in order to convey things, so that when it's written in text it's actually less clear because you don't have the added context of how you're presenting it, right? Whereas Japanese does have some sentence structures that can actually make that less ambiguous. But at the same time, the hard thing about Japanese is how fucking lazy people are with how they speak it, especially native Japanese people. Like, for example, when you learn Japanese, they tell you how to pronounce everything syllable by syllable. So it'll be like, oh, the way you say good morning is ohayo gozaimasu. But if you walk into work in Japan, they go, oha, like that's how they're going to say it to you. Like they're just going to like barely even open their mouth to even say good morning. And it's like,
like you say morning.
Yeah, like morning apostrophe, like not even a G. Like, and that's the nature of, language, obviously. But the point is, it's a very nuanced language, very, very different. And it has upsides and downsides that unless you speak the language are difficult to fully grasp, like what you can do with it. So the reason I bring up the concept of odoro, right, is I would be willing to bet that the language being used in that One Piece panel, like that is kind of an important aspect. Is it a command or is it a statement? That sort of stuff. And contextually, the lines before that could determine whether or not he's saying you will explain it to me, or you're going to explain it right now. Or are you really going to explain it like in disbelief? There's all sorts of different stuff like that. So I do understand, and I agree that I would say it's easier to translate English to Japanese than it is Japanese back to English in terms of doing translation. It's easier to go from a less nuanced language into a nuanced language, especially if you're conveying with the AI the sentiment. Like currently right now, I'm in the process of translating with ChatGPT some of my videos on the channel because, like, for example, the Scorpion video goes viral somewhat every year because once people are experiencing Scorpion season in places where we have scorpions, that video starts to trend again. Right. So I thought, okay, well, why don't I translate that into languages where people, speak those languages and interact a lot with scorpions. So I tried like Spanish. I'm doing different things. And what I'm doing is I'm conveying line by line. Here is what I said in the video. And here is the context of what I was saying. Because there'll be times where I start a sentence and then something happens that causes me to stop mid-sentence. So I need to tell it, this is what I was saying, but I stop here because either I got interrupted by somebody else or, so like the stuff like that, it's actually not hard. And the translations are actually really good. It just takes that extra bit of work. And guess what? It's still faster than hiring somebody else to do it, right? And it's still cheaper than hiring somebody else to do it. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm fucking thrilled. Like, I'm having a great time doing this translation stuff. And I think it very much is doable, as long as you're not expecting to just raw input everything and have it come out perfect. Like, obviously, there's a little oversight that's going to be necessary, so that you don't say, squirrels and chestnuts, and then it translates to something to do with the clitoris, right? Anyway, any more thoughts?
I sent a link in private chat.
Cool.
To an image.
Oh, so you did the Japanese dog poo?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wanted to translate that dog poo sign.
Right, which ChatGPT translated to, please be sure to take your dog's poop home with you.
Yeah.
Right?
So if you scroll down to the sign in the SOAR news article.
Mm-hmm. You took this text here.
Yeah.
Right.
And so they're bitching that like, oh, AI translation gave you have to bring back the dog shit. No, that was probably just Google Translate.
Yeah, this is Google Translate, obviously. Now they did say machine translation is how you end up with translations like this. But so it's like inu no fun wa something zu. Yeah, so then it's like, so like kudasai is please over here, right? This is the symbol for dog. So your dog shit, and then it's like, this is probably like okairi, like take it back with you, right?
Your dog poops, take it home with you.
Yeah. So it's really not that hard. Like the place where it becomes tricky is when you don't bother to like give it a clear thing, because like the context in Japanese would be understood, right? And you got a picture of a dog here, right? And everything. So it's like pretty obvious to the Japanese speaker. But obviously Google just sucks at translating.
Yeah. My point is just like, if you actually used AI, it would have given you a way better result.
Yes. And you could even, like, what I would even do is you could just save this image, right? And send this image to ChatGPT and say, hey, I want to check the translation, right? Can you tell me what the red text says? Then can you tell me the brown text? Stuff like that. And it would do a much better job. So basically the general sentiment here from a bunch of people that I'm pretty sure are like Westerners, for example, who are upset that their job's getting taken from them. Meanwhile, Japan's thoughts are, oh, what's this? Manga publisher is remaking the classic series Aiken with AI. Manga publishing platform Manga Okoku, or Manga Kingdom, is recreating the 2001 series Aiken using AI. The AI remake is being made with the blessing of series creator Seiji Matsuyama. You can read an interview with Matsuyama and other staff involved in the project here. We've included some of Matsuyama's responses to the work here below. What impressions did you have when you saw the completed manga?
Oh my god. Oh. Okay. My brain. So you're reading this like AI, right? I'm thinking translation wise, right? Then I look at the art.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that art looks AI generated. Like I could just looking at it. And then it clicked. I'm like, oh.
Yeah.
You mean also the art?
Yes. So I say, what impression did you have when you saw the completed manga? I was honestly happy. actually, I wanted to see my own character generated by AI. So I kept asking it if someone could come up with an X. Oh, okay. So when I was approached, I looked at the contract and immediately gave the okay. Manga publishers and creators have been increasingly experimenting with AI. While translation is one thing, using generative AI to redo classic titles in an official capacity is new ground, one that leaves readers concerned about where companies will be taking the technology in the future. Honestly, I think that we're going to get to the point where you're going to sit down to watch a movie, and the movie is actually just a prompt. Right? That's all it is. It's an elaborate prompt, and then you're going to get to put in your own parameters, right? Main character is a redhead with big, huge titties that are heaving through the sweater, right? Like, and then
what are those books called? Where it's like
choose your own adventure.
No. There's ones. It's like you give a noun and then you write down a noun and give an adjective.
Ad-libs.
Ad-libs, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think that that's the future, is that they're going to be like, you're going to now buy prompts, right? And I think it's going to hit the porn market first, right? AI porn is going to be where this is going to really take off. You're going to have like prompts that are written, and you're going to tell it, okay, this all sounds good, but actually I don't like shit. Okay, it removes that part, right? So
yeah,
then
I don't know though. I'm worried about because see, I mean, we're still gonna be stuck with a good 5 to 6 years of dog shit though first before we get to the really good golden age of
I think you'll be there by the end of this year.
I'm sorry. I know this is gonna sound like me just having a huge ego, but I'm just impressed with myself that I was able to spot that that's clearly AI.
Yeah, I mean it has the telltale AI look to it.
And see, that's part of the problem is that you know what to look for now with AI, and you're just
yeah. But this again, going back to what we were talking about at the beginning of the podcast, this is why Adobe is trying to start training stuff on more stuff generated by humans, because right now this is the telltale AI because it's the Stable Diffusion model that is based that everybody's using to generate anime style content, right? And so it's all trained on the same stuff, so it has this same look. But if you have more and more stuff getting inserted into it, you're going to start to get more variation, more nuance, and you're going to start to be able to create things that have a different sort of aesthetic appeal to them that we currently are getting very much. They all kind of look like they're drawn by the same person because they're all trained on the same artwork, right? I think we're going to get there. I'm excited.
Oh, I have no doubt we're going to get there. I'm just worried about the in-between shit that we have to wait for. It's there's
that hand though is kind of still messed up.
There's still going to be a grace period where we got to sit here and wait through the bullshit of,
Yeah, but that's true with anything, Anyway,
it's better than the bullshit of the shitty CG 3D crap.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Imagine a manga just filled with 3D assets all over the place. I'd much rather read an AI thing than that.
So in other AI news, voice actor Yūki Kaji counters unauthorized AI cover songs by offering an official voice synthesis software of his own. So basically, you got my blessing. Don't pirate my voice. Here, use this one. I made it for you.
Pay me for it.
I think it might even be free. I'm not sure. It's in conjunction with his manga that's based on himself or whatever. That's kind of using AI. But the general sentiment here is that the Japanese are not. They're not flinching away from AI the way that the West is. Because most of the people who don't want AI are the people who are just trying to stop innovation from making them have to learn a new skill and work, right? They just want to fall back on the same thing. These are the people who stayed at Gainax when everybody else went off the trigger in Kara, kind of thing.
You know what I think would be really good for AI is motion comics. Right now, you could take a scanned comic
that's
or
an
manga
interesting concept, actually, because we sort of looked at in the Discord, we've sort of been looking at that animation AI that takes a
Yeah.
still image and animates it, right? You could throw that with motion comics and do it much better than, you know, what you currently have to do, where you have to Photoshop out the character from the background, and then you have to make the joints so that you can move the arm that slight angle, you know, because motion comics are just a still image that has a little bit of breathing happening. You know what I mean? Like they're not actually animated.
Well, have you seen the Watchmen motion comics?
Yeah.
Okay.
Was there a point? I
Yeah.
have seen it.
I'm asking Brad.
I haven't seen
All right, my opinion is irrelevant on the Watchmen comics, I guess.
I thought it was just it was a little bit more than just like slight movements. I thought it actually was a bit more than.
So there are instances where they do a little bit of extra work there, but it's different. Like I'm just thinking about in the terms of manga, where like for example, Viz hired for a long time. Mr. Nice Guy was working for Viz to make the manga that they were making ads for pop a little bit more, so that there was something more.
Holden reviews.
Holden review. Yeah, he was. I think he was doing it before even Mr. Nice Guy. Like that was like he used to do streams where he would be clean plating the background, which is like if you've got an image of my hand here, but you need my hand to move, then you have to go into Photoshop and paint my hand out by like taking patterns that you can repeat from other parts of the image and stuff. Generative AI makes this shit so much easier now, by the way. And then you'd basically remove the arm, and then on the other layer you have just the arm, so that you can move it, you know, back and forth, and it'll look like it's, you know, animated. Because otherwise, if you moved it, the hand there's another hand behind it that becomes, you know what I mean, kind of thing. So
empty space, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, in games news. Xbox Games Pass adds the Callisto Protocol, Octopath Traveler 2, blah, blah. Anyway, I keep talking about this game in the Discord on the AC's Boomer AC Tries Games, or whatever the fuck that channel thread is called. If you have Xbox Games Pass, I highly recommend at least checking it out. It's a very interesting game. Dead Space is better. I will just say that. But the combat system for this game is pretty fun. It feels like there's something to it, whereas I feel like a lot of games are not quite recreating that feeling for me. Interestingly, I didn't mention it last podcast, but the dodging mechanics of the Silent Hill 2 remake kind of remind me of this. But yeah, it's a really fun experience, and like upgrading your weapons throughout the game and stuff, and choosing which skill trees to upgrade. Pretty fun. Anyway, moving on.
Before we move on.
Okay.
Yes. JT Vega says Genion was
covered it already.
I don't think he did, but okay.
He did. I already brought it up and bragged that I was correct. That mangaka said, "Full steam ahead. AIify my art. LOL." It's kind of a refreshing take, to be honest. It still looks pretty generic to me, but at least he's not just griping. After using some AI tech myself, it's pretty impressive how much variation you can achieve in style, even just doing things like mixing lures. Yeah, totally. Now that I've got the new laptop, fuck, man, I love this thing. I can't wait to get Stable Diffusion up and running on here. I'm trying to stay focused on, I'm trying as hard as I can. I'm going to be so goddamn mad if Anime Expo rolls around and I record like 10 more first impressions and I have gotten none of the old ones out before then. So I'm feverishly trying to get those up. But to be honest, I'm probably going to start watching ReZero. Yeah, so I probably won't actually get the one I'm working on out, but I'm pretty close. I've made tremendous progress, but I'm really excited. I really want to get into the AI art again and use it on a computer where it doesn't take 10 minutes to give me a small image. This computer, dude, like, it's fucking no joke. It's funny, actually. I bought on my old laptop, I bought Topaz's video AI, which this is the company that makes the Gigapixel AI that upscales images really well. And this video AI on my old laptop you would tell it to do something on like a 30-second video, and like the estimated time is like 2,000 years. I mean, it was ridiculous. And I would snip it down to like a 10-second or 5-second thing just so I could even see if it was going to do anything. And I would literally, I'd have to keep that thing rendering for a week. And midway through, that shit would crash, right? I would only get like 2 hours in before that shit crashed. This computer can handle that. It still takes a decent amount of time. It actually makes the computer heat up, but to like 90 degrees, right? At most. The other computer, you couldn't even turn that shit on.
In the freezer.
You couldn't. Seriously, I legitimately stuck the computer in the deep freezer multiple times to cool it down. It's just been great. So I'm really excited about jumping into AI. I want to do a lot of animation stuff with it. I just want to get my feet wet more and really like take things to the next level here. So anyway, moving on from here, we got another game here. I just want to say, magnificent South Korean game studios here. This character to me, a lot more attractive than Eve from Stellar Blade. Personally, the face looks way better than the Stellar Blade face. It is an unconventionally attractive, like I can see what you're saying, kind of has that guy face look to it, but again, it still doesn't quite look like the characters are actually decent looking. They're not like ugly as sin.
Just so you know, when you hit play on stuff that has audio, for whatever reason, your mic goes crazy.
Oh, really? Okay.
And it sounds like you're underwater for like 20 seconds. Not 20 seconds, maybe 5 seconds. So just don't talk when you hit play.
Okay.
Wait a couple seconds before you start talking.
Yeah. So anyway, it's just got like an interesting aesthetic to it that is refreshing considering how absolutely hideous other things have been. So anyway,
until they release it and they add a man jaw to her,
right? Just like Stellar Blade.
If at all.
Well, not like Stellar Blade. But...
You said we're pushing the Perfect Dark stuff till next week.
Yeah.
Or next podcast.
Well, I don't have an article about it. I just have like the rumblings about it for now.
Man, the jaw on fucking Joan Dark.
Oh, it looks horrible. Do you have like? Let me just see. Maybe I can pull it up. Hold on.
I just saw the trailer.
I'm just gonna see if nothing there yet. Niche Gamer, did you have something? Nothing here yet. Ooh. Oh wait, here I got one. All right. Are you serious? Fucking one image? All right, bounding into comics. Don't fail me. Failed me.
Tune in next week.
One more. Yeah, we're just going to wait till next week. All right, bummer. That's all right. Okay, so I've also got this. Manga Lawyer says, have you finished Stellar Blade? You can support Blades of Time for $10 on Steam, developed by Gaijin Entertainment. They are still active. Perhaps purchasing the game and expressing interest could revive the franchise. Oh, boom. Yeah, I mean, don't like the front of her as much, but the back's pretty nice. Anyway, also, Mobile Suit Gundam teams up with Call of Duty for a new collaboration. Okay, I guess. Feels like it would break the immersion of the game you're playing if all of a sudden you're playing VR chat shooter, right?
Watching Gundams teabag each other.
Right. Also, Star News 24 pointed out that the translations in the background are just nonsensical. Like this says menu in Japanese.
Oh, geez. No, I thought that was gonna be dog shit when you first announced it, but then Reese mentioned the teabagging Gundams, and I'm like, I'm all for it.
Yeah.
I mean, you can lightsaber these motherfuckers in the game.
Yep.
A Gundam going through a crowd of like regular human players, just slicing heads off while it goes through.
You know what else you can do in Call of Duty? Activision Blizzard releases free Pride Month weapon skin bundle for Call of Duty. New cosmetics include transgender flag cover for bullets.
No, never mind. I changed my mind.
Yes.
Gundam, no.
So this is what's currently in the game. Now, I don't know. Yeah. So now you can roleplay the trans mass shooter. Ooh.
Okay, I have a question. About that trans shooter.
Oh.
So is it a
Continue?
shooter
I'll
against trans
send a
people?
link in a second. Continue
these
on with
bullets
the
are
story.
just for the individual trans people at the school.
In perhaps one of the strangest pride-related celebrations to ever be realized. Also, what the fuck? What is this texture? Why do they look like Pez? Like, Activision Blizzard have rung in the month of June by releasing a special cosmetic pack featuring LGBT-themed weapons and ammunition skins for Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 and Call of Duty Warzone. On the one hand, we've got the pansexual flag. Could have fooled me. I thought this was just the Ukrainian flag. All right.
Close enough.
Offered to
I love how the emoji standard company, like the company that's behind the UF8, was like, fuck all these flags, we're not adding any more, because they were getting too ridiculous with like, oh yeah, we have this flag and now this flag.
Offered to players completely free of charge. Okay. Offer to players completely free of charge. That sounds better. Upon their first visit of the month to the game's shared digital storefront. The optional bundle provides those who choose to accept it with a Pride Flag weapon sticker, a Pride Flag weapon keychain, and several Pride Flag weapon skins. Shining with glitter. Oh, that's what that is. Are you fucking kidding me? It's glitter.
That's not very camouflaged.
That is easily the gayest shit I've ever seen. Shining with glitter and themed after the standard gay, bisexual, lesbian, non-binary, pansexual, transgender, and asexual pride flags, these skins allow players to decorate their weapons, as well as its respective ammunition, as viewed solely by the player during reload and inspection animations, in the LGBT color scheme of their choice. In describing the bundle on the storefront, Activision Blizzard simply exclaims that there's no better price than free! Likewise, in a statement provided to Forbes' Eric Kane, the embattled Microsoft subsidiary further asserted of the skins, Call of Duty is for everyone! And we're proud to celebrate Pride Month by offering seven different weapon camo variants, each representing the colors of the different LGBTQ plus flags, available as a free gift pack. Find them in the store in a single bundle. Oh. While the offering of Pride-themed Call of Duty cosmetics is not a new practice for Activision Blizzard, having offered a selection of LGBT-themed calling cards in 2022, it is notably the first time that the studio has allowed for Pride graphics to be applied directly to the ammunition, with the feature only being introduced into the game within the last few months. To this end, though there is nothing inherently wrong with allowing players to use such optional cosmetics to customize their personal characters, and it's likely no more thought was given to the idea than make these weapon skins function like the other weapon skins, the fact that said graphics can be applied to the bullets themselves is, to say the least, strange. particularly given the rise in transgender perpetrated mass shootings across recent years, as seen in the Aberdeen STEM School, Highlands Ranch Club Q, and the Covenant School, as well as the planned but thankfully avoided Wooten High tragedies. Oh no. Well, what the fuck?
Megan Thee Stallion?
No, it's Nicki Minaj, but I just like her outfit is it looks like a Mario Metal Mario skin. And while critics of this observation will likely argue that anyone side-eyeing the cosmetic option is reading too far into things, given that mass shootings are overwhelmingly perpetrated by non-transgender individuals rather than transgender ones, honestly,
let's give the bullets watermelon skins.
It seems to me like it is astronomically high, the number of mass shootings that have been perpetrated by people on SSRIs. You're on SSRIs because you're mentally ill. And now, because it's trendy, those people who were mentally ill fall into also being transgender. It just seems like the natural progression of things is that if being trans was as trendy as it is now, back then, even the Columbine kids might have been trans. Like I'm just saying, like that's what it seems like to me. It's the one thing that all, including the transgender school shooters and mass shooters, have in common is the mental illness part of it. So I don't know. You tell me.
The Columbine kids are dead, right? The two perpetrators?
Are they? Probably. Because it'd be interesting if they weren't dead to find out that they transitioned in prison. Is that what you're saying?
No, I was going to say, let's retroactively just say they're trans. We don't know. So how can we assume their gender identity?
They were inspired by Marilyn Manson, who did do that whole phase where he was like, had tits or whatever in that one music video. It all adds up, if you ask me. That's all I need, right? All right, so it says, while critics of this observation will likely argue that anyone side-eyeing cosmetic options is reading too far into things, given that mass shootings are overwhelmingly perpetrated by non-transgender individuals rather than transgender ones, it should be noted that while this statistic is true, the main difference between the two demographics in the situation is that no one is offering any item celebrating the immutable traits of the former. As noted above, for those interested in snagging the bundle, it is now live on Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 and Call of Duty Warzone storefronts. Oh, and then randomly, here's Nicki Minaj.
All right, go to private chat and bring up the image that I shared. Or I guess I could download the image and just add it to the thing.
Oh, you're trying to say, does the school shooter look like... Okay, hold on. I'm bringing it up. Here you go.
Yeah, there we go.
Mm-hmm.
Do they not look identical? I don't know. To me, they look identical.
The trout mouth? That's
and
about
maybe
it? Maybe
she... No, the nose, the eyes.
So you're saying it's a crisis actor, right?
Maybe she's happy that I would compare her to a male actor. I don't know, but they have the same look in their face, and if people don't know, this is the character from, or the actor who's. These screenshots are from Green Mile, right? Where this actor plays a sadistic cop or prison guard, actually.
Green Mile Watch Party 1.
And notably, the guy's a little weird in real life. I think there was some underage marriage or something. Maybe I'm misremembering. I don't know. I don't want to say anything bad about him, but I do think there was something weird about him. Anyway, I just think that the two looks look identical to me. It's creepy.
So we sort of talked about this behind the scenes a little bit, but looking at the actual shooter in the top left here, like for a prolonged period of time here, I can say, like, obviously it doesn't look anything like the person, but every time I see this particular image when I was scrolling and only like glance at it, I thought it looked like the girl who plays 11 in Stranger Things, Millie Bobby Brown or whatever her name is.
Yeah, I don't see that at all.
Yeah, I don't see it either now. Like upon prolonged like investigation, but just like the general, like if you're scrolling and you just kind of catch it out of the side of your eye, that's what I always saw. Anyway, where were we? Oh yeah, let's talk about IKEA. IKEA will pay 10 Roblox players to role play as employees in its virtual store. Why don't you just pay your employees
to play
Roblox on the clock? Like, don't worry if you don't make the cut. You can still work there for free. Corporate publicity stunts involving virtual reality are almost always bad, but IKEA's new Roblox store feels especially silly. The company announced last week that it plans to pay 10 people $13 or 13 pounds, 15 pounds. Is that what that is? Or 14.8 euros per hour to work in the co-worker game, a virtual IKEA store in Roblox. The company
it's roughly $17 an hour.
Is taking applications until June 16th, Father's Day, only from candidates in the UK or Ireland who are 18 or older. I don't really want an 18 or older person playing Roblox where kids are playing. Like, being paid to be an NPC, what a world. The virtual employees will carry out tasks like serving meatballs or helping people find fake furniture or other IKEA items. They can also get promoted to move departments just like in the real world. Wow. It's like I'm in the game.
Employee.
I wouldn't assume this is a real job, even if IKEA is paying real money for it. The website where you can apply says it's a limited contract. The application asks you questions like, how do you feel about being turned into pixels? Really? Or, if you were a pixelated IKEA furniture, which one would you be? Oh, the Menestrad, obviously. The Billy bookcase. Am I like... IKEA says it requires an up-to-date CV, though it doesn't ask for one up front, and I couldn't get past the form with my US-based phone number. If one of our readers across the pond wants to give it a go and send us an update, I'd love to read about your experience. The gig is open to applicants 18 and older who live in the UK or the Republic of Ireland, and it's remote, so you can pull up your new IKEA gaming chair after you're done playing around with IKEA's virtual design tool and serve some virtual meatballs from the comfort of your own home. If you apply...
Fire up the VPN.
Right. If you apply and don't get the call back, don't worry. The company says people who don't get the job can also work, explore, and experience the IKEA Roblox store. And it says you can win IKEA exclusive UGCs, Roblox's term for user-created items or other content that exists within the game. I'll be very upfront here. I have never played with anything made in Roblox, but few things sound less appealing to me than pretending to be a retail employee in a virtual version of a real-life furniture dealer. Other companies have tried their hand at hanging their brand out in VR. There's the Walmart Discovered virtual store for buying digital items with Roblox's in-game Robux currency, and Gucci has made Roblox environments, including Gucci Town in 2022. I feel so vindicated that I never, ever want to know anything about Roblox the more I learn about it. So that aspect of this is nothing new.
It sounds like Oz and Summer Wars.
Right. And people, often kids, do make money in Roblox, something critics say is exploitive. But this is the first time I'm aware of that a company has offered to pay people real money to work in their Roblox world. And it's weird, but also seems relatively harmless and less obnoxious than NFTs. Huh. Anyway, they're going to hold the virtual interviews between June 14th and June 18th. And the Coworker game launches on June 24th. Interesting. Weird. In other news, Princess Maker 2 Regeneration on PS5 and PS4 has been delayed due to content changes. That's code for they're taking shit out of the PlayStation version, but the Switch and Xbox versions will remain the same. It says here that They're removing the the bus size enlargement item and more. According to Bliss Brain, the PS5 and PS4 versions of Princess Maker 2 Regenerations. By the way, Princess Maker was originally made by Gainax. Its initial July 11th release date has been changed to August 8th due to content changes required to comply with ethical standards. Some of the changes include the removal of the Buxomize pill, a magical pill that increases bust size. Another notable change is the removal of the marriage with father and marriage with butler endings. It's worth noting that the Switch and PC versions will not undergo any specific changes, and their release date will remain unchanged. Here are some sample images that have been changed for the remake. Tell me, which one do you think is the new art, and which one do you think is the old art?
Top one's a new one, looks like. Could be, probably not.
Yeah, I think the top one is the new one.
I guess it's a bait and switch because the new art looks like ass.
Right.
The new art has more. The top one has more airbrushy work to it.
I can't figure it out. I mean, the top one looks less derp in terms of the facial expression, but it doesn't look better in terms of art. You know what I mean?
They made her boobs smaller.
Whoa. Which one is the new one? That's got to be the left one, right?
So the darker one is the new one. Right.
Princess Maker 2 Regeneration will be released on July 11th for the Switch and PC, and it'll come out on August 8th for the other ones. All right, moving on. Eiyu Densetsu Sen no Kiseki Northern War English translation flubbed. The recent release... Right. The recent release of Eiyu Densetsu Sen no Kiseki Northern War's anime tie-in gacha game left fans with their head hanging, with an incompetent machine-translated English version giving off a bad first impression to a game that already had unengaging mechanics. Married by mistranslations in the story text, profile descriptions, and even wrong names in some cases, the Northern War gacha showed clear signs of mainly being machine or AI translated, especially with he used to describe obviously female characters and more. While the Facebook page manager for the game's international release has been busy asking for people to send in screenshots for fixing, it does nothing to fix the fact that it sullies the series' reputation. Here are some examples. Later rescued by Aryan Lord, who swore loyalty to her and became her student. His loyalty to Aryan Lord, spelled differently this time, in this very next sentence, is very deep, and he is nicknamed Loyal Master and Servant by Tribulation Flame Macbon. Among the three, she is the most senior team member, but also the youngest. So she is regarded as a young person by Anaya and Ananias, although she is a Penn team member. She enrolled in Genis Royal Academy under the alias Chloe Rins, where she crossed paths with Reen Schwarzer and others. Are you going to be fixing up the translation? It reads like a robot wrote it, and there's many mistakes with character titles. Could you please PM me a screenshot of the problematic translation? Thank you. I sent a PM with some of the mistranslations examples. Oh, great. That was necessary. Here's the PM, I guess. Laura S. Arside. Resurrection after death. Do not give in easily. Ivano. Hold on. Why do you have so much item? Don't expect helmet attack. Take it seriously. Tap begin to proceed. Izaria Frost. Aim for the weeks. Match with tanks. Members of the
Aim for the weeks.
members of the Northern
for the weeks.
Halias Station Unit. A person with extreme confidence, self-reliance, and a domineering personality. Rarely discussing oneself and showing little interest in others, she prefers to act alone and doesn't hesitate to disobey orders or commit crimes to accomplish a mission, earning her reputation as a troublemaker. After confirming your birth, you can tap Claim Reward to receive your reward. Are these just going to be all of these? I don't know if I want to read all of these. She belongs to the Laurenti branch of the liberal kingdom, Guerrilla Association. She has the alias Silver Zad of Silver Flash. She's a strong-willed woman who likes to take care of her children and is like a sister to everyone. But she also has a bad habit of stalking others after drinking. He now behaves cautiously and politely, but sometimes his words are sharp. And he even taught Estelle some bad words. When facing enemies, he sometimes shows his sadistic side. Anyway, we don't need to post the last one. It's the last one. It's all right. She is a granddaughter of the head of the Crossbell Autonomous Prefecture and the mayor of McDowell. She serves as a staff member of the Special Agent Support Section. Talented and very reliable, usually gentle and tolerant, he can quickly get along with children. Oh. And has a friendly personality.
The entire cast is trans.
Right? He is very scary when angry. He is the type to get angry while with a smile instead of shouting loudly, especially when playing pranks on Randy. Watch out, Randy. All right, there you go. We covered that. Cool. What's this?
What am I watching out for? Sorry.
That person. They're after you.
Oh,
So
okay.
Manga Lawyer shared this trailer for Silent Hill 2 PC edition, Enhanced Edition. This isn't just any fan remake, but one by incredibly talented modders. They restored fog and post-processing effects, achieved 60 FPS, and upscaled videos, photos, and fonts to 4K. This is the ultimate version. So I'll show you guys this if you're interested in playing on PC. Now, to be clear, I don't believe this is necessarily... I think it is to a degree. There's some things I think are different from the PlayStation 2 version. But I think the purpose of this mod is not to up-res the PlayStation 2 version. It's to fix the PC version, which didn't achieve... Like, for example, there's no anti-aliasing on these shadow bars, right? Versus on. And you can see, like, on this one, it's 4:3, so it cuts off here. But they extend it to show the full version, right? So this character is the most cringe weird guy in the whole game. And interestingly, he looks less cringe and weird when he's in shadow like that. I don't know how. He looks less weird. I don't know why this decided to be so out of focus on the new one comparatively. Don't know why the urinal is the thing we need to be focused on. So a little bit of motion blur. Because I think there is motion blur that looks like this in the PlayStation 2 one, but it didn't make its way to the PC port. Lighting. Some of it you would argue does not look better. I would agree with that. But it is nice to have the full 16:9 version, right? Fog effects, 16:9 as well. Anyway, we don't have to look at everything. One thing I don't know about if I like this, the highlight on Pyramid Head. Don't know. This is a massive difference, right? Upscaled textures and shit. This is a lot clearer. How blurry it was before. And this is what I'm talking about, where when you try to open doors, if they're locked and whatever, he'll like scribble them out. Like you can't go through here. And then when you can go through doors, like it lets you know, like, yeah, there is some ability to go in this room and stuff. I don't know if I like this upscale look on the fucking item. Sorry. Holy shit. Anyway, if you were interested, there's a version you can play that's not going to be the Bloober Team remake. And in other news, they're making a physical release for Alan Wake 2 now. Previously, we talked about this, that this game came out, it was digital only. Here's the bittersweet aspect of this. On the one hand, I want to buy this because I want to show support for physical media. But on the other hand, this game was ruined by Sweet Baby Inc., and I want it to burn in hell. So I probably won't buy it. All right. Any chats I need to go over real quick?
Nope.
Cool. So the FBI and the Department of Homeland Security are partnering with gaming companies to fight extremist gamers. So the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Department of Homeland Security are coordinating with gaming companies to root out domestic extremist content among their player bases, a new government report suggests. According to the Government Accountability Office, a nonpartisan agency that audits other government departments on behalf of Congress, the FBI and DHS should use the same strategies that allow them to police extremism on social media to regulate the gaming industry. How's that working out for you, huh? The GAO report entitled Countering Violent Extremism, FBI and DHS Need Strategies and Goals for Sharing Threat Information with Social Media and Gaming Companies was compiled between September 2022 and January 2024. It was first published internally on January 31st and then released publicly on February 28th. Initial reporting on the document was provided by The Intercept. At the request of the House Committee on Homeland Security, the GAO examined the methods by which domestic violent extremists use social media and gaming platforms, as well as how government agencies and gaming companies regulate and report possible threats. In the report, the GAO cites interviews with 5 entities within the gaming and social media industries: Roblox, a popular multiplayer game creation platform; Discord, a social app popular with gamers; Reddit, an online forum social network; and 2 gaming companies that asked the GAO to keep them anonymous. So again, we need to fight extremism in gaming. So we're going to go with Roblox, played by 10-year-olds; Discord, not a gaming thing; Reddit, also not a gaming thing. Per the agency's assessment, the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the Department of Homeland Security have mechanisms to share and receive domestic violent extremism threat-related information with social media and gaming companies. The report also indicates that both the FBI and DHS have existing processes to communicate with gaming companies about online activities promoting domestic violent extremism or activities that violate the company's terms of service. However, the GAO, the thing I find the funniest about this is the most likely situation that's going to occur here is the FBI is just going to get their own agents flagged repeatedly for their ops where they try to radicalize people to commit crimes that they swoop in and save the day at the last second for. So the GAO warns that 2 law enforcement agencies lack an overarching strategy to judge the efficacy of these information gathering efforts. It ends by urging both agencies to develop such a strategy. The Department of Homeland Security officials concurred, estimating that this can be accomplished as early as June 28th. Wow, so soon. According to the GAO's findings, about 65% of Americans reported playing video games in 2023. How many played fucking Candy Crush, though? Citing data gathered by the Anti-Defamation League and the Southern Poverty Law Center. Wow, not good signs. Both of which contributed to the report. The GAO reported that 20% of adult gamers and 50% of young gamers reported being exposed to white supremacist ideologies in online games. Oh no! The Hitler skin was the most popular Minecraft skin in 2016. Boo! Online extremists were found to use social media and gaming platforms primarily, quote, to reach wide audiences, insert their extremist ideas into the mainstream, and radicalize, recruit, and mobilize others. So the Anti-Defamation League is just upset that people are saying, hey, have you guys noticed the Jews this or that in online platforms, right? No, don't point out the fact that the Jews built tunnels under New York City to possibly transport children or whatever the accusations were. Machine learning tools used by companies to police extremist speech were often insufficient to fully crack down on the content, and standards varied from platform to platform. The United States government currently categorizes violent extremist incidents into 5 distinct groups based on motivation: race or ethnicity, anti-government or anti-authority sentiment, animal rights or environmental sentiment, abortion-related issues, other domestic terrorism threats not otherwise defined or primarily motivated by other categories. Wow.
So pro-life people are now terrorists? Cool.
Yeah. It says here, racially or ethnically motivated violent extremism. Domestic violent extremists with ideological agendas derived from bias, often related to race or ethnicity, held by the actor against others or a given population group. Such domestic violent extremists purport to use both political and religious justification to support their racially or ethnically based ideological objectives and criminal activities. Anti-government, pretty obvious. Animal rights, domestic violent extremists who seek to end or mitigate perceived cruelty, harm. So they're saying that like Pete is a domestic terrorist. Domestic violent extremists with ideological agendas relating to abortion, including individuals who advocate for violence in support of either pro-life or pro-choice beliefs. Do you know of any person who is pro-life who thinks that the best way to showcase their pro-life stance is by killing? Like, that's retarded. All other domestic threats. Domestic violent extremists with ideological agendas that are not otherwise defined under or primarily motivated by one of the other domestic terrorism threat categories. Such agendas may combine personal grievances and beliefs with political concerns and aspects of conspiracy theories, as well as bias related to religion. Blah, 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 blah. Wow. Okay, that didn't really go anywhere. Sorry about that. Damn, that sucks. Can't wait to see... like how this backfires. And like I said, I bet you the FBI is going to get flagged in their own ops over and over again. All right. Let's talk about this.
Greenland, Damn it.
All right. Imaizumi brings all the gals to his house manga and more. Join Seven Seas lineup. This is the only one that we need to share.
I shared it for Green. I said yes to share this for Greenland because this is a hentai.
Is it really?
This is there's an actual legitimate hentai based on this.
Oh.
And apparently this is actually a dojin or something.
Yeah, so it says Imaizumi lives a life that most high school boys could only dream of. Ending with a preposition. During the day, he attends his classes like any dutiful student, only to return each evening to a home full of hotties. It seems his home has become the go-to hangout for the coolest gyarus in town, from endless gossip fests to snack binges to getting downright physical with his 3 new housemates. His once quiet abode is now buzzing with nonstop energy and exciting escapades. Can Imaizumi keep up with the lively antics of his lusty gal pals? So you got that, but then you've also got like this beautiful things. You got Hotete first kiss, and that time I got stuck to the guy I hate, which says they're desperate to find a solution, except the only way to break this bizarre spell is for them to get closer and more intimate than they ever expected. And then Hikari Man. Anyway.
Shame Greenland wasn't here for that one.
Yeah, shame. All right, so also Voltus 5 got the HD remaster. We sort of hinted about this earlier. So, point being...
Schmalz sharing it.
Wow, that is a fucking awful Photoshop job for that. Wow. Yeah, so Schmalz, who works for Discotech, or for Media OCD specifically. Oh, yeah, and Discotech. Okay. is pointing this out, which tells me like be on a lookout. Discotheque is probably going to get this. And then Dubu David said, an image comparison from the work in progress color grade I'm doing for Macross II. First is the raw film, completely ungraded, and second is the color graded version. Color work on my end is steadily progressing. It'll take a bit though, since everything is shot by shot. What does everyone think? So this is the original, and this is the one he's color grading, right? Somebody says, fixed it, you're welcome. Made it pink. To which David said,
oh, Green Line's back now?
Green Line's back now.
Yeah.
Do we need to go back to Imaizumi?
Wow.
Green Line, are you familiar with Imaizumi?
No.
Brings all the gals to his house?
Oh, I thought that was I thought that was like a hentai, but then I was like, no, it's a real like manga that is an adult or something like that. Is it not? Is it a regular manga or is it an adult thing? Reese, do you remember?
Well, 7C's got it and releasing it physically in December.
But is it an adult thing? Because it reminded me of a certain thing that I've already seen.
It's the exact same thing you're thinking of.
Oh no! I was like, because it was 7C's. It was 7C's. I thought to myself, no, this must be something else, right?
Under the Ghost Ship imprint.
Oh, Old Man says the FBI is going to investigate PewDiePie for using gamer words. All right, we're in Right Stuff news. What's new?
You can. So we got the Macross. Or hold on. Let's see. Yeah, Macross. The Rascal Does Not Dream of Sister Venturing Out, and
then this is where we left off, right?
And then
the last unicorn.
They don't put where they last left off. They don't do that. That's not a thing. So it's just those three. Macross plus Rascal Does Not Dream of a Sister Venturing Out, and the last unicorn.
All right. So you're saying I should close this one? Okay, cool. Got it.
Yes.
All right. So I mean, we kind of already looked at this too.
Yeah,
I'm not paying $200 for this oversized piece of shit.
And this is limited to 5,000.
But I didn't know if it was oversized or not.
It has a waffle right here. Good job. Good job waffling. I don't want it. Good job making it an easy decision to pass. All right. Also, Rascal's Not Dream of a Sister Venturing Out.
Is it dubbed? Because
this is one of that, right? This is one of those where there's so many entries in the series that I'm choosing never to start it.
Yeah. Well,
is this an offshoot of the Rascal Does Not Dream of
Dream
Girl?
This is the confusing part. They dubbed the movie, but the series, nah.
Yeah, the series in the first.
It says here features English, Japanese, and language. Subtitles.
You can't trust them. They'll send out the DVDs with only Japanese.
Yeah, they'll send out the DVDs when they're still right.
Right. All right.
I use those words interchangeably, Reese. God damn it.
No, he's joking. He's joking that they're going to go a step further and they're soliciting the Blu-ray, but once you get it, it's just a DVD.
I just carried off of your flub.
Yeah, like it's even more fucked up because not only does it not have English, but it's also just a DVD in a Blu-ray case. All right. Also, The Last Unicorn 4K remaster. This is the show. This needed it. Didn't Miyazaki work on this and he described it as the worst directing he ever had to do or something like that?
Yeah, I found that out recently that this if you want to play some, semantic games, this could be considered a Ghibli movie.
Yeah, it was done by the studio that did Nausicaa.
I don't remember the flaming bull. But I also don't want to ever sit through this again. Like every time I've ended up watching it, because like the original time I probably saw it, the time the DVD came out, the time the DVD came out again, right? Like every time I sat down and watched it, I'm like, I I'm never gonna do this again.
Yeah, and it's
So
shit like that.
we gotta
I
do it
hear
for a
from
watch
you.
party at some point.
I hear from you, and I'm like, oh, well, I'm avoiding this with a 10-foot pole. Like, I'm
It's
not
not
touching this.
okay. So it is an anime, but it has nothing anime vibe about it when you're actually watching.
It's
Right.
not anime because it's not on my anime list.
Oh, that's the determining
Oh,
factor.
They're the arbiters of anime, obviously.
They are.
When I was a kid, I remember watching something with a unicorn on it, and like I remember the way they drew the horn specifically.
Phallic.
And,
Unico?
and I'm not sure if it was this or not. I don't remember it being that. Like when I think of it, it looks like it's not quite this.
Doesn't quite look like how I remember it actually looking in the actual animation. Like this looks like an image almost that was like, you know, when you buy those like dollar store DVDs that are in the skinnies that have like artwork generated for the dollar store release.
Yeah.
That's what this looks like. Like
how all the DC movies covers looked awesome, but the movie themselves
the movies themselves look like shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. This looks like it was drawn in MS Paint or Illustrator or something. Like it just like there's something about it that just like it doesn't look. It looks like it was drawn with a computer mouse. That's what I want to try to say. It looks like it wasn't drawn the way you want to draw something.
The steelbook looks a little bit better, but
I'll still buy it. Don't get me wrong.
there's a Walmart exclusive steelbook.
Yeah. All right. So if you guys would like to support the OCA podcast, you can buy stuff at Stealth Weed. It is a great place to buy things, and the website is still broken, I think. Yes. Fucking wonderful. I love it. How do I fix this? Like, what have I done? Also, I still, to this moment, have not updated the OCA Porncast thing so that you can buy these. You can buy it. You just can't, I just can't give you the image of the thing there yet. I had an idea. I had Dolly draw me something. So we got the Straight Out of Chungus, and I thought, I was thinking of Biggie, Notorious B.I.G., and I was like, I want to generate an image of Biggie as Big Chungus with the caption, I like it when you call me Big Chungus. Right? Like that's the next merch I want to do. Anyway.
Wow.
All right. Spy Family anime inspires cozy outfits modeled on the Forger family. So there you go. There you go again.
Okay.
The fuck was that?
What? Why is she wearing Lloyd's suit? I was like, okay, here's Lloyd. That's a woman. That's a woman wearing.
AC is getting attacked right now.
Never mind. I heard my wife. Somebody opened my side door to the side yard. I heard my wife's voice. I think she was throwing something in the trash or something. Anyway, yeah. So there's your. I don't know. That's probably yours, like casual outfit or whatever.
Yeah, they didn't want to give her the Virgin Killer sweater or whatever the fuck she wears.
Killer.
So fucking cute. Peanut.
Pretty cute. Oh, the peanut bag. Oh, that's cute.
All right, moving on. All right, here's the drink. What was it? It was the viral after. Yeah. Is it the same drink?
Yep, that is.
Gachi Zero, is that what that is? I don't know if it is.
Scroll down. Go to the other pic. That's not the same.
Not even close. You failed.
You've lied to me.
So Japan unveils.
Called the
wait,
collector. You are
it's
the
called
liar.
chu-hai. Gachi. No. All right, you're right. It's just a lemon drink. Fine. Shame. So Japan unveils world's first chu-hai with fresh lemon slice in the can, so every drink tastes different. They're not kidding. Look at the cap. Pull it all the way out there. Yeah. So I'm not going to read this. I just want to showcase how fucking awful this Photoshop job is. Can I open this in a new image here? I just want to rant about bad Photoshopping. Do you see the enormity of this can, first of all? Do you see that it's the same can from the same perspective over and first of all, how many fucking cans does this woman need? What the god damn it? Oh, no food, please. Just lemon drink, please. No, what do you call it? No reflection, right? Underneath. It's a normal.
What did they do to her
drop
hand?
They didn't do a good job cutting out whatever she was actually holding.
I don't think she was holding anything.
Yeah.
I think she was like waving and they just like warped her hand into a
fingers,
holding
yeah.
motion.
I like it. And it's like there's no effort to like make these look like they exist in the world. It's just the image skewed to be over the windows and shit. Like it's so fucking bad. Oh my god.
And the guy, the red-haired guy, like look at
he's not even
just, like,
you can see a portion of this poster through his head.
They just plastered.
That guy's not even from the same picture, it looks like.
That's how this shit is done. Like, it's just a shitty... Like, this girl's probably not actually sitting here. This girl... this girl's clearly not, because look at this table cutting into her stomach.
Yeah.
Right? Like, that girl's definitely not either. Like, none of these are real. The only one who might be real is this guy.
Just fits right away.
Who's
No,
like...
I don't even think he's real.
I don't know.
And they plastered that thing in his hand. He doesn't even look. He's not even like they didn't even attempt to make it look like he's holding it. Yeah.
Close. Look at this. Oh my god! Like, fire your design people. Look at these. Oh my goodness. Yeah, just a giant ass can. That's all. Oh, is this the same guy? Is this guy walking off screen? Is that who we're looking at? No, not the same guy.
I think that's a girl in the first picture.
No, I don't know.
Old man.
Fucking look at these. They stick out like they glow.
Old man says there's already an image of Biggie Chungus already.
Ah, damn it.
He posted a link in the chat.
Fuck. That was my joke.
BigChungusFandom.com/wiki.
Look at just how like obviously they didn't try to color grade it to be like different. It doesn't look like it exists in the world at all. Anyway, there you go. There's my design spiel. All right. So we covered this a little while ago. It's finally available. The Japanese spoon that puts an electric field in your mouth to trick you into tasting salt is now on sale. It's like a party in your mouth, and electricity is invited. Yeah, so the general idea is that in order to have a saltless diet, which nobody should have, salt is extremely important for your health. You can just taste salt without actually consuming salt. All right, cool. Let's move on. Gun plus scalper. You should thank us, actually.
Actually.
So the recent release of the Mighty Strike Freedom Gundam Gunpla from the latest movie Gundam Seed Freedom certainly made scalpers' heads turn and mouths water, only for their dreams to be dashed as Bandai Namco suddenly produced a lot more stock, leading to the birth of a hilarious rant by a scorned scalper. Posted in Yahoo Japan's questions forum in late May, the rant reads, quote, "For Mighty Strike Freedom, which we oppose increasing availability stock of, is there really a need to sell them at a convenience store? It was such a devastating event that we had to begin an emergency meeting despite attending a seminar. Now that the meeting is over, I'm pissed, and I might use some foul language. Trigger warning. At first, the cost was 2,970 yen, and the expected profit price was 6,800 yen. After the release of the product was confirmed, many members in my reselling seminar class worked together, with some even managing to obtain over 20 boxes. Our members have quite a good amount of available stock in total. Besides the increase in stocks, is there a need to sell them at convenience stores? We planned out a scalping tour to Odaiba on the date of release and even managed to beat the lottery. And some members were even planning trips around the expected profit from the scalping. When you think about how we paid expensive participation and transportation costs, increasing stock just to destroy resellers is too much, isn't it? There are people from the countryside who booked hotels just to come to Odaiba, you know. Think of the scalpers. Imagine Gunpla being something that anyone can buy when they want. That's like saying, like, listen, man, now that weed is legal, what about the drug dealers? No, we used to risk jail time to get you high, and you're just gonna throw that away? You ungrateful sons of bitches. Like, there are people from the countryside who booked hotels. Imagine Gunpla being something that anyone can buy when they want, even sold in convenience stores. Do you think the children will value Gunpla when that happens? If you want it, you want it, but you can't buy it. There's low stock, and that's why it is enticing. Even us setting the price high, it's just because we want to make more money. It's set so that kids can't buy it with their pocket money, and the parents can instead buy it for them, leading to parent-child communication. It's like,
wow.
Sell me this pen. Well, you see, the thing about this pen that's so special is that it costs 10 times the value of the pen. And therefore, a child can't buy it on his own, and the parent must get there. And therefore, that might be the only time a child talks to their parent in their entire life is because I scalped this pen. You know, like, helping quash parental neglect and making children smile.
That's your true intentions, isn't it, Mr. Scalper? Making children smile.
It's a dirty job, but somebody's got to do it. Think of the children. That's why we were forced to sell the Gunpla at such a high price for the children. There are also some resellers whose career didn't work out or were forced out due to the power harassment. Despite betting on a chance to turn things around as a reseller, are you really going to even waste all of that investment? How the heck should they survive? As is often
get a real job.
Fuck scalpers.
As is often the case with these hilarious emotional outbursts, the scalper was rightfully slammed by the other forum goers at Yahoo Japan. Whether, like fucking die, go die somewhere. Whether it was written by a real scalper or someone smug at the scalper's failure, it definitely opens up new ways of thinking. Yeah, I never thought about the fact that some children now have a relationship.
Oh no, the poor scalpers! Like, dude, when this was happening with Pokemon cards, I was like, when they get back and they print more, I hope these fuckers just.
You know what the funniest thing about that is? So when I was growing up, there was a comic book store underneath the church I went to, right? So like the church was in a building where you had to go upstairs to go to where the church was, right? And right below it was a comic book store. So every Sunday I would go to the comic book store and I would buy a new Dragon Ball Z comic or just something, right? And that's where I bought Pokemon cards. Now in that same shopping center on the exact opposite side is a Target. Target also sold Pokemon cards. One day, my mom went to Target and got in line, like basically outside before they opened so she could go buy Pokemon cards. And wouldn't you know it, she goes to the back of the store, and who is walking arm in arm with her the whole way? The comic book store guy who bought every single pack to then open them and sell the holographics for $20 a piece. Right? The scalpers are the store owners. All right. You guys want to talk about the Bluey Day event that ended in disaster?
that ended like the Willy Wonka event.
Yeah,
that they tried
Willy
to have.
Wonka 2.0. Except this time it wasn't AI that got the children's hopes up. It was actual Bluey. A show I've never sat down and watched it. My wife describes it. She talks to all like the other parents who have kids who watch stuff about the fact that like you'll be watching Bluey with your kids, and then the kids will they'll lose interest and leave the room, and the parents are still like watching it. Like it's just widely applauded as a really, really well written show that just does a good job.
That's good because most shows today are dog shit, and I've heard the same thing about this show.
So they said we got ripped off. A Las Vegas restaurant has come under fire after promoting a Bluey Day event that fell short of expectations. It was promoted to include a special meet and greet with Bluey, but the result was so disappointing, it's drawn comparisons to the infamous Willy Wonka-themed immersive event that infamously went viral. Per Fox 5 Vegas, the Bluey Day event was hosted by Dirt Dog, a Facebook page created for the event. Promoted a marathon of Bluey episodes, face painting, games, special Bluey treats, and notably a meeting with Bluey and friends. The organizers originally estimated that a few dozen people would attend, and they were not prepared for the thousands who did arrive, perhaps underestimating the popularity of the animated series. Yeah. And by the way, that's also not Bluey. That's Bluey's dad. I can tell because of the stomach. Like, that's Bluey, right? There's no, beige or tan or whatever, sand-colored stomach, but the dad does have that. So the outfit the guy's wearing is for Bluey's dad.
Some Halloween costume.
I'm losing it at this full outfit. It's like someone made Bluey in Fire Pro without having the craft add-on. Whatever the fuck that means. All right, I gotta screen share this with audio. You gotta hear this.
Every time we take the screen share off and go back to seeing the background image, here's how's it going over there? Ah!
All right, check this out.
A local restaurant says they wanted their own family-friendly day with cartoon character Bluey. They expected a few dozen people and regulars. Thousands RSVP'd. Hundreds of families were left fuming and say kids were disappointed. The restaurant spoke to Fox 5 and says they want to say sorry to all the families, and they underestimated the power of Bluey.
When I saw him, my best ignore him. I was mad.
What did he look like?
I just love the disappointment in this little girl's face. I couldn't even look at him. I was just mad.
like on TV?
No, he looked like unexpected. We could see his fear.
Sophia and other kids had the same reaction. The Bluey they expected was not who greeted them. On the left, this is a photo a parent took at an event with the popular cartoon character Bluey. On the right, it's a staff member of Dirt Dog in a makeshift Bluey costume.
The kids were distraught. Some kids were crying. Some kids were upset, crying in their parents' shoulders.
3,000 people RSVP'd on the Facebook event. Crowds poured in for hours. There were lines outside in the heat. Inside, concerns about capacity. From the face painting to baked goods, many parents say they were underwhelmed, and the free stuff got snatched up quickly.
How could you do that to little kids? It was a very upsetting moment to see so many kids, especially my daughter, just really upset.
Dirt Dog apologized.
How dare you do that to kids, especially my daughter? Fuck you. I just love that. I couldn't even look at him. Honestly, it's a learning experience. I think every kid needs to be this disappointed at some point in their life.
Yeah.
Manage your expectations.
Oh, man.
When we were kids, it was Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny. These kids get Bluey.
And Willy Wonka. Unfortunately, attendees were underwhelmed, claiming the experience wasn't what was advertised. They had taken to social media to share their complaints, and much of it relates directly to the meet and greet. The Bluey character was represented by what seemed to be an employee of the restaurant dressed in a Bluey onesie. This reportedly left some of the children present rather upset, according to one mother present for the festivities. Some kids are crying, some kids are upset, crying in their parents' shoulders. How could you do this to little kids? Advertise something so fun and eventful for kids ranging from toddlers to 6, 7 years old. Here's the part, though. You didn't advertise that to the kids. The parents saw the advertisements, and decided to go.
Yeah.
It was very upsetting, blah, blah, blah.
So did they make you pay? Like, this was a free thing if you showed up, wasn't it?
Yeah, it seems like a free event. The restaurant posted an official apology.
The Willy Wonka thing, they made you pay for it.
Mm-hmm. And they gave like, what, a quarter cup of lemonade at the end and a jelly bean or something? The restaurant posted an official apology to social media after the backlash. It came with a promise to put a heavier focus on the quality of all their events moving forward. Dirt Dog marketing spokesperson Taj Wilder also told Fox 5 that, quote, we expected like maybe 50 to 60 people. Not in the sense of like the whole city coming out. Just now knowing who Bluey is, we would have planned ahead and would have had security to stop them from murdering you. Hold on. I shared it with audio again. I meant to go back to sharing it like... Ah, fuck. It's on the other window. That's why. Hold on. I have to move it back. And now I can screen share that one. Okay. And then I'll put it back on that window. Cool. Oh, yeah. So then they have this. You can watch this video on Instagram. Spoiler alert. It's a still image with no music, and that's all it is. I don't know why they uploaded it as a video. We are truly sorry this event wasn't to standard, the social media post noted. We will work on improving all of events. Good job. All of events going forward so we can bring you the highest quality as you all deserve. We appreciate everyone taking the time to send us your feedback. Blue is a massively popular series created by Joe Brum, premiered on ABC. It has like 18 seasons, as I've recently learned when my daughter begged me to buy it on YouTube for her, and there were so many goddamn seasons. Anyway, any thoughts on this?
No.
No, there's a few comments though.
There is a character scalping Gundam in the salad bowl of eccentrics. Oh. Haven't watched it. Livia in the anime is desperate for work, and the scalper hires her to stand in line and buy limited edition Gundams. Basically, she falls for shady people trying to scam her in almost every episode. Oh, wow. Was the Bluey costume made with the advice of AI? I guess AI can't translate cartoons to reality yet. I don't know about that. Something tells me the parents were more upset than the kids. Doesn't look like it based on that kid in the video. The kids knew it was Bluey's dad. Didn't we see a story exactly like the Bluey ripoff, but it was a different character? I think it was the Willy Wonka, right? All right. Man stabbed with Legend of Zelda Master Sword is in serious condition. Turns out this is from 2014. Yeah, it was. Oh, boy.
Then you better reconsider sticking this one in your ass.
Yeah, sounds dangerous. Few could doubt the power of the Master Sword. Not only has it defeated countless incarnations of Ganondorf in the Legend of Zelda series, but now it is hospitalized a Texan. A man was stabbed with the point of a replica of the legendary sword during a domestic dispute in the city of Katy. Eugene Thompson told police how his girlfriend called her ex-husband for help after they got into an argument, with Thompson drawing the sword as a means of defense. And I pulled it out, and I stood in the doorway, and he was just coming down the hall at me while I was yelling, "Go away! You don't live here!" Thompson said. And he just walked right into the point. I don't know if he thought it was a toy. The man declined to mention whether he collected any rupees following the incident. The ex-husband was taken to a hospital following the altercation, but not before he, in true Zelda fashion, smashed a pot over the head of Thompson. Police have yet to confirm whether or not charges will be filed. This was a short, outdated article that did not disappoint at all. All right, you know what's even weirder than this? A loaded rocket launcher was found on Fukuoka riverbed.
She's got some nice ballistics.
A large number of weapons were found on the riverbed in Kitakyushu in Fukuoka Prefecture, including a rocket launcher, grenades, and handguns. According to the report, between May 30th and May 31st, the police found several items in boxes in a grassy area on the riverbed in Kokura Minami Ward in Kitakyushu. Some of the seized items, including what was believed to be a rocket launcher, were found loaded with live ammunition. However, the grenade-like items were reportedly missing all the fuses required to explode. Oh, that's what a relief. The police are examining the rocket launcher and handguns to determine whether they have lethal capability and are investigating the possibility that they may have just been dumped by an organized crime group. Oh. Why would you dump them?
Probably hiding them.
I don't know. All right, let's talk about a police robot that told a woman to go away after she tried to report a crime, and then it sang a song. This is the dystopian future. I've been holding on to this article. I haven't been holding on to it since 2019, but I found it when we were covering Psychopaths. I should have covered it back then. I'm sorry.
Should have.
A police robot told the woman to go away after she tried to report a crime. Then she then trundled off while singing a song. Kogo Guebara rushed over to the motorized police officer and pushed its emergency alert button on seeing the brawl break out in Salt Lake Park, Los Angeles last month. But instead of offering assistance, the egg-shaped robot, whose official name is HP RoboCop, barked at Guebara to step out of the way. To add insult to injury, the high-tech device then rolled away while humming an intergalactic tune, pausing periodically to say, "Please keep the park clean." Guebara told NBC News, "I was pushing the button, but it said, 'Step out of the way.' It just kept ringing and ringing, and I kept pushing and pushing." The concerned bystander thought the 5-foot-tall robot might have needed to see her face before it began to work, so she crouched down in front of its camera. But the egg-shaped device still didn't work, forcing Guebara to call 911 on her phone instead. Officers from Huntington Park Police Department cops finally arrived 15 minutes later after the row had ended. I hate the word row. I fucking hate that word. It left one woman with a bad head wound, which saw her stretchered into an ambulance and taken to a hospital for emergency treatment. Local police chief Cosme Lozano says the robots, which cost between $60,000 and $70,000 a year to lease, are still in a trial phase, and don't cops make about $60,000 a year? Isn't that like one of the reasons people become cops out of high school is because it's one of the easiest ways to get a job that pays $60K a year without a college education? Isn't that the fucking cost? So rather than pay a human, we're going to put useless trash on the ground. He said that law enforcement have not yet started advertising the robot's crime-fighting act. It doesn't fucking have any. What is it, have a gun turret that comes out?
It's just a surveillance bot.
It's not doing a good job.
Yeah, I bet if it was knocked down, the police would have shown up a lot faster.
Yeah. Any help requests are currently sent to a company called Nightscope, which creates and leases the robots. Lozano added that once the robot completes its trial, calls made using its alert button will be sent straight to dispatch. Other versions of the same model had previously hit the headlines after one fell into a fountain in Washington, D.C. A third HP RoboCop struck a child while patrolling a mall in California, Silicon Valley. My God. Dystopian future is right. All right, I'm glad we got that out of the way. Let's talk about this. An 18-year-old charged with overturning a porta-potty, trapping a mom and her daughter inside. I bet that was a bonding experience.
Never push porta potties door side down. That's rude.
So in Manchester, New Hampshire, a New Hampshire man is facing charges after police say he knocked over a portable toilet containing a woman and child who became trapped inside. Witnesses told Manchester police that the man and woman had been arguing near the porta potty at a Dairyfield Park on Wednesday. When the woman, who apparently didn't know the 18-year-old man, went inside the porta potty to help her daughter, the man pushed it over and it landed with the door on the pavement. Bystanders ran over and overturned the toilet, freeing the woman and child, who reported being covered in feces and bodily fluids. The woman and child were not hurt. They were hurt. The man was arrested and charged with criminal mischief and criminal restraint.
Very mentally scarred, I would imagine.
Yes, you never get over that. He was also charged with simple assault for throwing something to one of the officers. Throwing something at one of the officers. It was not immediately known if he was being represented by an attorney. Wow. That was a short
But would he have got an assault charge if he threw something at the robot cop?
Right. All right. Man who went 3 months without a bowel movement had hardened waste stuck in his colon. Well, I imagine it wasn't liquid waste. We've all had weeks where our system is a bit sluggish. But for one man, the delay in going to the bathroom lasted not weeks, but months. 3.
You would think the guy would have died from not.
Right? Like, look, man. After 1 month, I figure you'd do something.
After 3 days.
Listen. When you have a problem, when the check engine light goes on in your car, I'm just telling you, it's very unlikely that problem sorts itself out, right?
Unless you're not eating, unless you're doing like one of those like
a prolonged fast,
year-long fasts. Man, if you're not pooping in a week, you go to the hospital. There's something wrong.
2 days.
3 fucking months.
Do something.
I mean, 2 days. It's like, I could see that happening and get constipated or something. And
it takes a friggin' do something. You know something's wrong. After the 3rd day, go to the fucking hospital.
A week though. If I didn't poo for a whole week, I'd be like, I think there's something wrong. Like this guy must have been bloated.
Mm-hmm. Doctors said his bloat was so extreme that his abdomen resembled that of a woman carrying triplets.
Jesus.
The case was described by physicians in an online forum who said the patient suffered constipation so extreme that the waste had become hardened and stuck in the colon, a problem now known medically as fecal impactation. Doctors treat it by removing the mass manually or via an enema. What are you just like, all right.
They had to pull out the master drill to get that
Yeah,
out.
hold on. I got to remove it manually. Open wide. I'm going to just shove it down your throat. When fluid is directed into the colon to loosen the stool, which can then exit the body the normal way. There ain't nothing normal about that.
Doc's like, this shit was this big.
Right? No, it's like a TikTok or something talking about it. Revealing the case on Reddit, the doctor wrote, quote, had to ask patient after scan when the last time he did a bowel movement was. He said, last real shit was 3 months ago. The physician also revealed the patient's CT scan, which showed a large and grainy mass in the center of the body, which was all stool. You sure? It almost looks like a QR code. Like, commenting on the post, one user said, that's one impressive turd, while a second added, oh lordy, a poo baby. Another added, oh god, I feel bad missing 2 days. I can't imagine 3 fucking months. Fecal impactation can be caused by chronic constipation, dehydration, or a low-fiber diet that can lead to hardened masses forming and then blocking the digestive tract. The feces initially backs up in the rectum, but then gradually accumulates inside the colon or large intestine. As the feces remain stuck, the body continues to absorb water and moisture from the masses, causing them to become hard and calcified. Symptoms of the condition include pain in the abdomen, swelling, feeling the need to defecate but being unable, and a stomachache. Huh. I would have expected that last one.
Stomachache really is something else.
It is mostly seen in older adults, such as those who live in nursing homes, where nearly half will experience fecal impactation. Holy fuck. Are you sure it's just not because they're wearing diapers? Like,
because of the shit food they get served in nursing homes.
If you feel horrible not going number 2 every day, imagine the pure agony of not going for months. This is stool. This is stool. This is impressive. This is probably equivalent to like a triplet pregnancy. People normally use the bathroom for a number 2 about 1 to 3 times per day, expelling about 14 to 17 ounces of stool per day on average. But chronic constipation, a condition where there is difficulty emptying the bowels, can interrupt this normal cycle. If someone was unable to defecate for 3 months, this would lead to the equivalent of up to 95 pounds of stool becoming stuck in the body. Doctors may remove the stool manually, where a doctor reaches up the rectum, wearing gloves and liver. I was joking. No.
Imagine, like, I would not want to be like, he pulls it and it's like the cork popping on the champagne bottle.
Like, I could understand looping up, like, you know, a turkey baster sized, you know, rod or something and basically raping the poop out. I can fucking, all right. You're lucky I got small forearms. Like, oh my god.
Randy was just so disgusted by that he left. Oh, he's back.
They may also use an enema, putting fluid up the rectum and colon to loosen the condom. That's great. Thanks, Mirage. Thanks for sharing this. Thank you. That's it. Unless you, and I mean, it's only 10:05. If anybody wants to go over,
find some AC Funhouse.
Yeah,
but
I mean,
4 hours seems like such a good point to stop.
You could go to 420
agree
and
with
make it golden.
I do agree with this. Let's not. This is a long article. We'll come back to it. Okay. So yeah, let's oh boy. Let's decide whether or not we would like to discuss our watch club that nobody besides me and Reese watched.
Greenland, are you watching it? Greenland, are you awake? Well,
You want to run down comments?
I'm awake.
Seems like it's not just Lance. I got to keep checking up on.
No, I only got to like a couple episodes
he
of
was
it.
doing
But, like,
research on Meisman.
What were you saying, Greenland?
I only got to a couple episodes of it, but I did watch some of it.
Okay, so
it got me off guard. Honestly, I thought it was going to be like darker, and then maybe it will be in later episodes. But like when they first shot the first lady, like the blonde lady in the whatever cafe
Love Moonbeam.
Yeah, like the blood kept coming out, and I'm like, the fuck? What? Like,
oh yeah, the stream of blood.
I forgot about that. Blood shooting out of her head, hitting Nagomi constantly. Yeah. So let me ask you this: if we held off on discussing this until next week, do you guys think you'd be done, and do you care enough for us to do that, or should we get it out of the way so we can move into ReZero?
ReZero. I don't know about Random 11 if he ever will. It's in the Dropbox. That's where I was watching it, but I don't know if Random 11 is.
You talking about the movie Dropbox, right?
Yeah,
that
yeah.
red box?
The movie,
of course.
the
I
movie
didn't know that Akiba
Dropbox.
Maid War was in that.
It is on High Dive if you have High Dive, which is where I am watching.
Yeah, it's in High Dive.
I watched it on Blu-ray.
So you're watching it. Yes.
Yeah, I am. I got to the end of the episode too. I mean, it's whatever. I don't know what Footnam's doing. He said that he wouldn't be here today because he has work tomorrow morning. So, but he said
actually, what he said was he wouldn't be able to join the watch club because of how late they go, and that's what he said, right? So I was expecting him to be here for the beginning.
No, I mean, I asked him if he was going to show up for the whole podcast, and he was like, yes. And then, why wouldn't I be able to? And then I said, well, you're working. And then he's like, well, no. And then he's like, oh, but I guess I am. And then, I don't know. It was kind of weird.
So I guess that means that
he said next Monday he'd be fine.
Yeah. So
it's just impacting.
I don't think he started it, though.
I don't know.
Okay, look, here's the thing. We can always give addendum, like thoughts the following podcast if that's what it comes to.
Yeah.
So if Reese and I talk about it, is that going to be an issue for you guys?
No. My only one other thing that I wanted to bring up was that
I mean, are there major twist spoilers that happen?
I would say that there is one major thing that will impact how you watch the show if you learn about the events that happen in one of the later episodes.
Okay.
All right. Well, then
I can avoid. Yeah, that's fine. If you guys want to leave and just leave it to Reese and I, we can have the talk then.
If you are gonna have the talk right now, I do want to say the one thing that I noted was that the opening theme song did sound very familiar to the Batman Beyond and Spider-Man Unlimited theme songs. I got the same there's the bass.
Yeah, it's a very very strange opening for sure.
Yeah.
It's catchy as all hell, though. Moe, Kyun, or whatever he keeps saying.
Yeah.
Right.
So what I wanted to say was, it felt like, at least for the first two episodes, I can't speak for the others, but it felt like this was going to be a Yakuza series of some kind, or a gangster series. That they were like, and then the author, and then one of the editors is like, yeah, but it kind of sucks. Hey, you did that one shot with maids, right? With that maid cafe. What if we fused the two together?
Yeah, I described it as Black Lagoon if it had a baby with Love Live Sunshine.
There's elements to it that are just because what I expected going into this was they were going to get into fights and wars over oh no, you stole the last ingredients to our pudding cups that we needed for our one event.
Wow. That's okay.
And no, it's at least as far as episode 2, it's no, she's the one manager girl's being pinned down and they're playing golf with her fucking head, and I'm like, this is straight up a Yakuza move or a mafia move,
Very
in a
much
mafia
so,
film. I've seen this before, where it's that's her punishment, and they can't get money. I know it's Japan, but you could all the girls could whore themselves out upstairs. Why the fuck do they have to
Yeah.
This is supposed to be a wholesome series, Greenlight. Come on.
It's right. It's wholesome. But there's blood and killing.
I loved the dub and just the amount of F-bombs getting thrown around by all the characters and stuff.
The song in episode 1 is completely different in Japanese.
Dude, I loved that they translated all the songs.
I
loved that.
I was like, what the they never do
adding the fucking
especially Sentai. Sentai never does
That's
that.
why I was surprised.
Sentai is the one that I expect as soon as the character starts singing for it to just jump over to Japanese.
Yeah.
God, they did a fucking amazing job on it.
Right. I was just like, what? Huh? How?
I did think it was weird that the main character like witnessed a death and then was freaked out and was like, I'm gonna leave, and then didn't end up leaving because the other girl just came in the same room as her. It was like,
and basically just locked the door behind her, like you're not going
yeah,
anywhere.
just leave though. I'm not
My
like
wife-
holding you there.
My wife just texted me. She says the panda was a nice touch. It's pretty funny, actually. I watched episode like 5, 6, and 7 with her last night, and she was like emotionally invested. It was actually really funny.
And when the panda lit the thing, the gas stove, like pulled the thing off the gas stove so it would blow up. I was like, how'd the panda even get here? What the fuck?
Was the panda here in the first place? Like,
yeah. So I guess there's 2 things that we can't spoil.
We can't really talk about the panda a whole lot.
Yeah.
That's pretty much all I have to say. I've only watched the first 2 episodes. So I think I'll just leave then.
Yeah. So Green Line, when you leave, can you go to StreamYard.com/upload so that we can let that finish while Reese and I finish the discussion here?
Also Randy.
Randy's his does say uploading. It just doesn't say uploading low disk space like mine.
Yeah,
and Green
I'll figure it out. Go over the comments before you close up the stream as well. I mean, you don't have to do it now.
Impaction is common for some pets because they eat strange things. Yep. There you go. Oh, hold on. So you have to pay 3 cops for 1 robot. Oh wait, hold on.
There's a bunch of comments.
Yeah, I didn't realize they were. I thought it was at the bottom already. The Master Sword can't be that strong, right? Those robots usually get knocked over by homeless people or fall downstairs. A person opened a food delivery bot and pooped in it in one video. Wow. Huh. Okay. Depends on rank. Do cops run 24/7? That's a good point. They do sleep. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so you have to pay 3 cops for 1. All right, you guys are making a compelling argument, but the robots have to.
The robot has to recharge, so it doesn't. The robot does not work 24/7.
Yep. Still, a compelling point. It doesn't seem like for how horribly it's working out so far. It just doesn't seem like a fair trade to try to save money here and there by having a fucking useless robot that's just like a tattle machine that everybody already had in their pocket for the 911 call. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't show up and say, "Hey, stop, break it up." You know what I mean? Like, it's fucking
useless. Doesn't pull out a freaking machine gun.
Yeah, in an actual cop, in the event of like there's a fight happening, he's gonna run over there and do something about it. The machine's like, "I will get someone here shortly." You know, like.
Seriously.
Right. Okay, cool. Anyway,
all right, later.
I'll take your leave. Oh.
He devolved.
All right.
Man. Actually, honestly, I don't care about spoilers. No.
Okay. So here's the spoilers. Ronko dies.
Oh, I'm shocked.
God damn. She's the main character, pretty much. Nagomi is the false main character. So she dies, and the panda is not actually a panda. The panda.
What? The panda can light a gas stove.
The panda is another maid in a suit, and it's the maid. Is it the maid?
Is she blacked out? Is she scribbled out in the opening? Like
no. That's a different one.
Oh, okay.
The maid in the opening you meet in episode 3, the Russian.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So in the very first shot of the show where you see the maid get killed, the one who killed her, who pulled the trigger and ran away, she's the one who's in the panda suit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah. And it's a whole big like manufactured drama thing when Ronko finds out. And she like basically just tells her, like, I killed the maid that you were best friends with or whatever. And then it's like, it's just weird. It gets fucking weird at that point. Honestly, I gotta say that like the whole thing is like, it just at that point, it goes off the rails in a bad way. where like all of a sudden the show just isn't really like grounded anymore. It's just making shit up to like create conflict where it didn't seem like it needed to be there. You know what I
Having
mean?
that love interest with Rocco, like she was gonna leave
Yeah.
all that guy with him, but
And then just for that guy to get murdered by the panda, right?
Yeah, right.
Like the girl who's in the panda suit confesses that she killed Ronco's like friend maid
Mentor.
and like basically wants Ronco to kill her because she feels so bad about it or whatever over because now she's become friends with all the maids in the cafe. And then she goes and kills Ronco's like love interest. Just like, what the fuck is that? Like, because Ronco didn't kill her now? Like, what the fuck? It seems so out of place. I don't know. I didn't really like, I didn't think that the show stuck the landing, to be honest, towards the end. I thought it was really fucking funny how many times Nagomi ended up leaving and coming back as like a ninja and then leaving and coming back as like a fucking badass dark maid. She has the same outfit, but it's all black and she's got sunglasses.
Hope you tweet just so you can see the.
Yeah,
I'm just surprised in this universe where it's like, yeah, mom and dad, I'm going to become a maid. It's like, no, the fuck you are. Like, what parents would let their kid become a maid in this universe?
All right, let me pull this over here.
JT Vega asks question: Call of Duty, does the LGBTQ aim shoot straight?
No, it probably is aimbot. All right, let's see what we got here. All right, so I was saying this is among the wildest character arcs I've ever seen. Like, you're the fucking best. This is what the title is. You could call me Black Pork now. And then Reese shared this. I somehow did not notice this happen. It's after the credits at the end of the final episode.
Why this cafe in particular? Who has to see our favorite maid?
I'm gonna just try to not get us a copyright claim.
I don't think the music will be copyright.
The fucking spin.
I added the music in.
All right.
Greenlight, have you seen Tokyo Drift?
Tokyo Drift, Fast and the Furious?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's the song.
Yeah, that's the theme.
It's
Anyway,
so
because she drifts into the scene here with the. Yeah. So at the end of it, she's in a wheelchair because she gets shot in the final episode right before the credits roll, and she grows up to be a 36-year-old maid just like Ronco.
Yeah.
Which is crazy how much she definitely looks different. I guess it's the hair. The hair is the major change. And her eyebrows go from almost
her face looks a lot more fuller too.
Yeah. So she honestly looks middle-aged by the end of this series already.
Well, yeah, because this is like 10 years later or whatever.
Oh, okay. Then she is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Almost 20 years later.
20 years later or whatever, yeah.
Damn, okay.
Yeah. So, I'm kind of glad that it doesn't look like it's going to get like a season 2, right?
Oh yeah, this was an anime original series.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and honestly, really refreshing for something not based on a manga to be captivating all the way through.
Yeah,
I kept saying how like it just seems the episodes just keep ending, and I'm like, that's it? Like, what the fuck? That felt like it went by so fast, you know? And it was really, like captivating and interesting and just different, right? Like the bit, seriously, like with the fucking this shit, like fucking god damn, man. So, this episode, I saw. Yes, it's 5. I saw this episode on Sankaku Complex. You know how they do like the million screenshots?
Yeah, yeah.
And we had a podcast where we were trying to decide if we were going to cover stuff or not. And I just said, like, this is something I don't even want to show people because eventually we should just watch club it because this is so fucking wild. Like, there's a GIF on Sankaku Complex and this obviously this happens in the show where they're in the bottom of a giant barrel and the rival maid just fully chucks
so fucking
the goddamn sheep at her, right? And like you just see them like and then like the flailing sheep just hits them and knocks them to the ground.
Yeah.
Right?
So you can't see them. They're tied to chairs and they're tied together.
Yeah, they're
Oh,
back,
jeez.
like tied to a chair, and they throw the sheep and like then they fall
down.
Fucking, oh god!
And they're dumping tomato juice into this vat to drown him.
Through tremendous effort, they get the seat, like the chairs, back up so that they don't drown right away. Oh man, it is a
and the
wild
freaking sheep just standing on her head.
yeah. Fucking funny. Just like situationally really fucking funny. The only problem I had with it is like Narula dies, Ronko dies, the guy who was originally like the otaku like liaison guy.
Oh yeah, he was the one with the backpack.
The one with the backpack, he dies randomly, and it just kind of at a certain point.
The freaking ramen shop owner guy dies.
Yeah, and it just like at a certain point, it just kind of like starts to lose. What is his like death line? He's like, "Damn dipping noodles" or something. Goddamn dipping noodles. Yeah. Oh man, it was a wild ride. Then at one point they have so the premise is that the maids are obviously warring in Akihabara, Akiba Maid War, right? And they have the Creature Land Inc., which are the maid cafes based on animals, which this is the Oinky Doink, right? So they're like pigs. And then they had like, sheep and all these other different, style ones, lions. Yeah. And then they had like the alien one, like the weirdest fucking choice for maids is to like, oh, these sexy fucking aliens, right? And so they have these wars between the Creature Land and the alien groups. And occasionally the Creature Land people are fighting each other as well, right? Which is what was happening in this instance, right? Because the sheep group is the one who did this.
Nagomi went to the sheep group to promote Ronko's birthday.
Yeah.
And then the head bitch maid at the sheep group was also having a birthday.
Turned out she shared the same birthday. Yeah. So then she basically decided nobody else could have my birthday, so she tries to kill them. Right? It's fucking weird, man. Like what a weird show. But like they do this thing where they defeat the alien group, and then there's a merger where Creature Land basically takes over the alien group, and then that group that was Wuv Moonbeam, which is or was it them or a different group from the original first episode? They murdered them all. They end up joining Creature Land, and the animal they choose is the oxalotl, right? Fuck, that was funny. The amount of ways they were insulting each other, coming up with different ways to make fun of the oxymorons or the asshole turtles. Just like fuck. Oh my! I was dying. The localization was so good for what they were doing here. Like honestly. So what studio did this?
Oh fuck it. PA Works, I think.
Yeah, PA Works. Yeah. I hope whoever was in charge of creating this gets to do more, because this was a fucking hit. Like it was really fun to watch. The only thing I didn't like about it is that I felt like characters who should not have died, like the most innocent characters, end up dying, right? Which you just obviously you don't want to see happen, especially Narula. I just didn't think I didn't think she deserved to die, especially because she was going out of her way to do things for Nagomi.
To be not to avoid, like fraternizing with the enemy, basically becoming Nagomi's friend.
That was really hard, right, to watch, especially because I didn't really give a shit about the Crimson Bat lady or whatever her name was. Seemed like a character they inserted just for chaos. Like, let's give us a Joker character, right? And then eventually everybody betrays her and just shoots her at the end when she survive. It's
freaking spectacular fashion.
oh yeah.
Oh, I still can't get over how funny that was.
Yeah. So I don't know. Like I really enjoyed the show. Honestly, I'm glad we got to do it for a watch club. It did not disappoint. But I just wish Ronco had made it to the end because everybody you were just rooting for her the whole time, right? Like she's taking bullets in the first episode in the arm and stuff, and just like doing surgery on herself in the dorm and everything. And it was just fun. It was a really fun watch. And then
like when she introduced herself in the cafe, she's like whatever number, like she's a model or something, or like in a tryout number whatever Ronco Manman.
Yeah.
Like she raised her number 367 or whatever. Fuck.
Yeah.
It was. I thought that was pretty funny.
So JT Vegas says I've seen that anime. It had a great story. Akiba Maid War Watch was a good anime. It's a Yakuza type story, but they are considered a gang. Yeah. Well, I mean, organized crime. Yeah, and it very much gave off that vibe. I've long thought about doing the original point of doing the watch parties. There's two reasons. I want to watch movies that I haven't seen since they were in theaters that like I'd like to experience again. Like we watched Home Alone and stuff like that. The other thing I want to do is I want to watch movies that are Japanese that are culturally important or have influenced a lot of the stuff that we watch. So one thing I'd like for us to watch is Battles Without Honor or Humanity, which is a series of movies about the Yakuza that is kind of a big deal for Japanese cinema. There's a bunch of like Criterion Collection movies like Lady in the Dune or whatever, Woman in the Dunes, that I think we should watch. But I just like we need to sort of nail that down how we're going to end up, doing the long form future for the watch parties. Just got to figure out a way to make it less taxing with my family. The way my kids are always like, "Can I stay and watch?" No, get in bed. Like you cannot watch.
No, you are not watching Silent Hill with us.
Right? Yeah. I can share some Japanese movies from our archive website as well. Oh, cool. Yeah. Anyway, I think now is actually a good time. 420. No, it's
421. Damn it!
You were so close.
Bummer. Okay.
I liked the like the random, like every single episode felt different.
Mm-hmm.
In a way, like they had the boxing episode or the episode where they had like the group training session with the freaking like the group like group strengthening or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Where they had
the gambling episode.
The baseball episode.
The way that the gambling episode starts, they make it seem like Yumechi, who I thought was one of the best characters in the show, is going to actually be like a god tier gambler.
Oh, and is that the Gyaru one?
No, Yumechi's the girl who looks like the snail girl from the Monogatari series.
I've never seen that.
She has the black twin tails.
Okay.
So the other girl, the non-gal girl. Yeah, I thought she was one of the better characters. And I was waiting for her to bring it in the gambling episode, and then they just fucking lose everything.
She just fails right away.
Right, yeah, no.
And then it's like they've all just basically been sold into human slavery.
Yeah.
To pay off their debts, and then
just
it's
like
fuck
you,
this. They just kill everybody.
Yeah, they just blow their way out. It was like, okay, well, shit. I thought the other girl was gonna freaking pull out her sick-ass gambling skills and
right. Oh god. Yeah. So anyway, yeah, I think we could ramble on the same topic for the next half hour if we wanted to, but I think it'd be better to just call it a night before my bedtime even gets here. So I will say this, and I should have said this at the beginning of the podcast. I have learned that when you share YouTube videos, you don't actually have to share them for it still to algorithmically help us. Obviously, if you do actually share it, that helps us more because there's a chance that people you shared it to will check us out and grow our audience and everything. But by simply hitting the share button and copying the link, that tells YouTube that we're getting people to share, right? And so that actually helps us regardless if you actually paste it somewhere. So I'm going to ask that if you're still with us, you check that out. You try to do that. And other than that, I guess I'll see you guys on Father's Day. Yes?
1 second, real quick. JT Vega asks, where can I share the link?
Oh,
I assume
in the
archive
Discord.
website.
Yeah. In the Discord, you could. Totally. Put it in the Watch Party channel in the Discord. I'm going to check it out. Anyway, I guess that's it. Yeah. Let's.
I suppose.
What are we going to play? What's our. The Right Side of History song, right? What do we got? Oh, shit. I can't decide.
Unreliable browsers?
Yeah, I was going to do that, but then I clicked away.
No.
Here we go. This one.